planning your outdoor oasis. Stream 85 plus channels.
This is my state, this is my team. You know what that means. This is for the black and blue that I bleed. This is for the chance to bring home that ring. But everybody gonna doubt this. So far there ain't been another way around it. We bring heat to the game each week. They just say we ain't got what it takes, we ain't bout it. Well, y'all can just keep saying that we ain't gonna make it, but at the end of the day, this will be the Panthers nation. You know, this ain't a game to us major players at every angle that you can think of. That's why you hate us. Get out the way of greatness. You can look at our faces and see the blood, sweat, and tears that it took to create this. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, but you can save it. Cause even on the darkest of days, you know we're always gonna find a way to tell them what we gonna do. We gotta
All right. Let's get this show on the road today on this beautiful Wednesday afternoon. Well, I should say nighttime. It's 11:30 where I am right now on the East Coast. And we're about to hit draft day, ladies and gentlemen. We are very, very close. So, with that being said, before we get into the stream, hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you're enjoying the stream, if you're enjoying the videos, if you're enjoying the content. Check out the Facebook page, group page. Keep pounding in all caps for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, as well as schedules for videos and live streams, as well as delays. Alright, let's jump on in, ladies and gentlemen. We are literally 30 minutes away from midnight, and then we hit draft day. Are we prepared? Are we ready? And it's a scary thought. Shout out to Kathy. Shout out to Ray Ray. Shout out to Lorraine on Facebook. How y'all doing? Shout out to Lock Poppy on YouTube. Appreciate all y'all. Welcome on in. Much love to all of you that are staying up this late and just hanging out with me to prepare for draft day. Now, do we want to talk about the elephant in the room first? Or do we want to get into Scott Fitterer's press conference? Which one do y'all want to jump into first? Because this stuff gets pretty wild, bro. I'm not going to lie to you. You're going to get a lot more information out of the Scott Fitterer press conference than you ever will with Tepper. I'm just going to say it straight, point blank. That Tepper interview was garbage. If you're expecting to learn anything from David Tepper, you're not going to get anything out of that presser. It's a whole lot of nothing. I'll tell you this. Let's see. Alright. I'm not even going to waste that much time on this Tepper one. We're just going to knock this one out right from the get-go. Talk about it and be done with it. And then we're going to get into the nitty-gritty. Because I don't see any point in wasting too much of the stream time and y'all's time on this when there's nothing much to dig out of it. Alright, so in summary, David Tepper says that he doesn't want to talk about the Rock Hill Project. There were several questions about that one, and he didn't want to give a single answer. He just said, I want to respect the people of Rock Hill. I want to be able to negotiate with these people. And I'm sitting there like, okay, we all get that you want to discuss things with them and try to restart this project, But what are you hoping to accomplish? We already requested as a franchise that they not pay for the place in bonds. It was in a statement way before this thing ever blew up. And what does Rock Hill respond with? Oh, we got our first bond payment ready. Why do you think he stopped construction? He's not going to waste all these construction workers' time on that garbage. Come on, man. After he specifically requested not to be paid in bonds. Look, man, all these construction workers have to be paid. They got bills to pay, man. They got food to put on the table. All due respect to Mr. Tepper, but these people are human beings too. You know what I'm saying? Like, just because you got $1 billion to throw around doesn't mean you can be like, well, so-and-so said this, so-and-so said that, we're going to cut funding, and it's chump change. Don't care. You know? If you really want to respect the Rock Hill people, which is what he did, he cut the funding. He cut the project. He terminated the contracts. He said, no more until y'all decide that you want to pay in the right way. These construction workers, yeah, they're out of a job for right now, but they could find another one. You know, they could find other contracts while we're waiting on this project to simmer down and figure out what they're going to do. But nobody knows if this project is even going to happen or not. Because Rock Hill wants to play around and toy around with David Tepper's payments. And I'm saying, like, come on, Rock Hill. It ain't the people of Rock Hill's fault. It's the city council. It's the people running your money. You know, shame on them. Y'all want to put some blame on somebody, put it on them. Put it where it belongs. Don't put it on Tepper. So, I totally understand where he's coming from. That he doesn't want to answer questions on this stuff. Because, I mean, the statement pretty much said it all. But, you know, at the same time, you got to answer at least one or two of these, man. With all due respect, Mr. Tepper, but I really do. I really would like to see at least one or two answers to this stuff. I would like to know what's going on. And so would the fans. You know, we've been waiting on some answers for this stuff. And, you know, Rock Hill's not going to answer these questions. I can guarantee you that. Somebody's got to. And I'm not going to dig too much further into that. Y'all already know my opinions on that if you've been watching the prior streams. So, let's move on. Sam Darnold. Now, this is going to make some people salty right here. He says he thinks Sam Darnold is a quote-unquote very good quarterback. End quote. Now, if you check the numbers, if you check the films, no. He's an above average quarterback. Okay? Above average until he proves otherwise. We need the offensive line fixed. We need somebody other than Robbie out there catching balls because Robbie's not making an effort. You know? And that's up to Robbie, whether he wants to put in the effort or not. All due respect to him, that's up to you, bro. Either do the work or I can't help you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't vouch for somebody that's not going to put in the effort. But he needs the offensive line, he needs weapons, he needs a proper system in place in order to get the most out of Sam Darnold. And I want to see the best Sam Darnold that we can possibly get. Then we can make a proper decision. What are we going to do with Sam? To toss him to the Wolves with a trade? Are we going to let his contract run out? What are we doing with him? At that point, we can make a decision. But right now, we don't have all the tools until after the draft is over, and we know what we drafted is going to be concrete and able to help him to get the most out of him. Therefore, what you saw so far was an above average Sam Darnold. Exactly what you saw in New York. The only difference is New York had a very good quarterback. I would like an answer to that question, because he proceeded to dodge the questions about that statement right there, which made me very, very unhappy, because if you're going to say that, you got to back yourself up, man. With all due respect, you got to back it up. You say you want to talk football. I'm going to need you to back that statement up, sir. With all due respect, man. And I know you own this team. I know you think you have a better handle on it than we do. But since you see these guys every day, maybe you know something we don't. You know what I mean? Like, please do enlighten us. Yeah, I wouldn't mind going into a couple of details. Let's see what you got to say about him. Because for months, we don't hear from him. We don't hear a single thing from Mr. Tepper. With all due respect. If you're going to make a statement like that, back it up. Have some facts behind it. I'll listen to you. I will listen to you all day long if you got facts to back up what you're saying. If you got some details, I'm here for it. I want to know what you really think about this dude. Don't hold back. That whole presser, I felt like he was just holding back, like he didn't want to be there. You could see it in his body language. He did not want to be there. He did not want to answer those questions. He just wanted to make his statements and then be like, nope, I'm gone. I ain't answering no questions. I plead the fifth on every question y'all throw at me. That's exactly what I got out of him. I don't know if y'all felt the same way. Y'all probably felt that same vibe, right? Shoot, man. That was some ridiculousness right there. And I'm like, why do you keep dodging these questions, bro? Answer at least a few of them. Why hold a press conference if you're just not going to give us anything? What's the point? Really, what's the point? That's the main things I really had to say about that press conference, to be honest. The rest of it was just, okay, well, he wants to do something with the stadium, maybe. In the future, maybe have like an open dome, He didn't mention the draft at all. Left those questions to Scott Fitterer, which he should, because those questions are more fitted towards Scott Fitterer. Nothing wrong with that. I got no problem with that. Any draft related questions, those go to Scott immediately. Unless he just wants to give an opinion on it, which is fine. Because I am curious to see what he thinks. Are there any starter quality quarterbacks out there in David Tepper's opinion? You know what I'm saying? Do you feel like we would... what is the likelihood that we would trade down? And I would tailor those questions specifically for Mr. Tepper. You know what I mean? asking for specifically his opinion. You know, otherwise, if you just tailor it in general on those questions, he's just going to direct you to Scott Fitterer, which he should. So, I want his opinion. You know, it's fine if he doesn't want to give them, that's fine. You know, no problem. I'm just curious about that part. Here's another thing that's going to upset some people. He says he fully supports Matt Rule and puts his full faith in him. Oh boy. You are making a big mistake. That's all I got to say right now on that subject. You're making a big mistake if you're putting your full faith in him right now. Again, we're talking about the same Matt Rule that says we got to have 7 years to rebuild a franchise in the NFL. We're talking about the same Matt Rule that says that quoted Jay-Z lyrics. Like, come on, man. Don't do this, Mr. Tepper. Don't do this. Look, man. It's clear that Matt Rule is what is holding us back. It's completely obvious to everyone that is paying attention. Unless you're hiding under a rock and you're brand new to the Panthers. And you missed all those updates. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's plainly obvious. And at this point, I hate to be rude, but it really seems like you're just making excuses as to why, you know, you made a mistake, so now you're trying to cover it up, you know? And you refuse to admit that you made a mistake. That's exactly what this looks like right here. By putting your full faith in him. Now, who you should be putting your full faith in is Scott Fitterer. The opening statement was from Mr. Tepper was, you know, credit to Matt Rule for putting together a great staff. You know, that will give us a chance to win. Alright. I'll give you that one. He did put together a good staff. Based on the history that we know of, yeah, I would say he did okay. You know, and that was an accomplishment for Matt Rule. Give him the credit he's due. If these coaches pan out, which I believe the offensive line coach will, based on the history with the Packers. We don't know why he left the Packers, but at the same token, you know, he went through about 2 different teams before ending up with the Texans. But based on his history with Green Bay, yes, I support that hire. Ben McAdoo. We don't know enough about him yet, so I'm withholding my judgment on that one. But for now, I'm going to say that was a good hire. Because we need somebody with NFL experience. Ben McAdoo has that. So, okay, check mark. You know? So far, so good, right? Defensive coach, you know, that we filled in, good job. Assistant GM chair, good job. I got no problem with any of those hirings. You know, I'd say, you know, Matt Rule did okay on those. You know, I give him credit where it's due. Now, I may have misinterpreted the next part but I believe he was about to give credit to Matt Rule for the success, of what we were able to accomplish on the field. Which would not have been his credit to give. Because let's be real here. Matt Rule didn't do anything. It was all Scott. It was all Scott. Scott built that defense that you saw on that field last year. Scott built an offensive line that won't get our quarterbacks put on the ER anymore. They're meant to be second stringers. That's exactly what they are. They're bridges. They're meant to bridge us towards the draft picks that will be developed into starters. And supposedly last 3 to 5 years. To go into free agency to get some of these ballers, on the offensive line, such as that center from the Rams. And we also had to get one other guy, too. So, I believe Corbett and... hold on, I'm looking at the list. Yeah, Corbett and Bozeman. You had to go into the free agency to get those guys. So, that's all Scott. Now, yes, Bozeman did originally come from Temple. A lot of people aren't aware of that. However, actually, Bozeman came from Alabama. My mistake. It was the other one. Corbett came from Nevada. Who am I thinking of? It was the defensive player, right? Had to have been the defensive player. Anyway, y'all get my point. Y'all get my point on that. That was all Scott Fitterer. Matt didn't do anything but try to coach what was on the field. And name who was starter, who was second string, who was third string. And just try to coach him to the best of his ability as far as what he knew from what he did in Temple and Baylor. So, over the last 2 years. So, realistically, it's all Scott Fitterer that deserves, the praise. When you're talking that first year, yes, he did give us an offensive line that did not get our quarterbacks put in the ER. I'll give you that. He worked with Marty, and that's what happened there. So yes, credit to him on that. However, that's not good enough. You need more than that. Shout out to Greg on Facebook, man. Much love to you. Shout out to Adam as well, and Carl. But yeah, dude, y'all know where that credit actually belongs. So, if David Tepper said that during that presser, he'd be off base as far as where to put that credit, which I don't believe he did. I may have misinterpreted that. I may have missed that. I'm going to go over that probably tomorrow and make sure, that I didn't mishear that. But, I realistically right now, what he said about the stadium doesn't matter. What he said about about Rock Hill doesn't matter at the moment. We're focused on the draft. And the fact that he directed all those opinions. So, there you go. That's David Tepper for you. So if you're expecting to get anything out of that press conference, I don't know what to tell you. That was just a pile of garbage. And what bothers me is the comments section, because everybody was throwing Mr. Tepper under the bus. I understand y'all's frustration. We haven't had a successful team in a while. You know, y'all don't feel like we have progressed any. You know, I get it, bro. I get it. I get y'all's frustration. And also, I get that it's the internet and people are going to put whatever they feel like is whatever they feel, you know? Because a lot of them are just keyboard warriors, you know what I mean? So we do have a lot of toxic fans, I will say that. And I'm not happy with it. And I'm going to say this again. The change starts here. With this channel. With this family right here. We need to start holding these people accountable. We need to tell them, y'all need to chill. You know? Just because we don't have a winning team right now doesn't mean y'all can just act a fool and go into the comment section, trash our owner, trash Scott Fitterer, you know, trash the players, when half of these people don't even know what they're talking about. They're just talking out of their butt. And it frustrates me to no end. You know, do your research before you throw some comments up, man. It only takes you 5 minutes, literally, to look up a player's info or stats. It literally takes you only 2 minutes out of your day to watch a press conference and learn who that player is, or that GM, or that owner, whoever they may be in the past, present, or future of the Panthers. Take the time to research. Please. Don't be ignorant. Just please don't be ignorant. And I know we're not going to have that problem from this family. I know we're not. Because I know each and every one of y'all that is subbed here and is following this page has done their research along with me. Y'all know that when I say stuff, I use official sources, and I don't dilly-dally around. I tell you the truth. That's just what it is. People can't handle it because they don't want to accept the truth. I don't know what to tell you there. That's on you. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's on you. If you can't handle it, get out of the kitchen. For real. Every one of y'all that comes in here with nonsense, y'all already know what this is. Y'all know where the door is if you can't handle the truth. Because I've been commenting under some of these posts too, man. They can't handle it. They just laugh at us, man. You know, and I say, you know what? Let them laugh. Let them laugh. Because every time when we end up being right, we make them eat crow, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, every time we get proven right. And it's a good chunk of the time, man. That's exactly... I don't know. All I'm saying to these people is, do your research, please, before you post this garbage. That's all I got to say about that. And we need to show some respect towards each other instead of being so divisive. And it comes from outside of this Panthers culture. It comes from society at large, which I'm not going to get into because that's politics. We don't do that on this channel. But y'all know where it comes from. Okay? Y'all know where the source of that comes from. And it's bled into our fan base to where we are so divisive now that we can't even have proper Panthers debates on players. And it's sad. It really is sad. Do y'all know that about half the time I have conversations with Panthers fans out in public, it ends up being Cam Newton this, or going to evolve into, oh, well, y'all got 3 players that are in trouble with the law. Is that the reputation we want? Is that the reputation we all want around the league? Think about it. Again, our family ain't got no problem dealing with that stuff, man. Because it's just water off a duck's back to us. But the rest of the fan base, y'all better wake up. Y'all better wake up. We need to start treating each other with some respect. If we want respect, we gotta earn it. And I'm tired of that, man. I'm tired of bringing in players that are going to get in trouble with the law because of Matt Rule being lazy and undisciplined and not holding these people accountable. Not growing a spine and holding them accountable. You can give speeches all day long to these players that make way more money than you, but if you don't have the spine to be a head coach in the NFL, these players will sense it and they will eat you alive like a bunch of sharks swarming on a fat piece of meat, you know, in the middle of the ocean. They will smell blood in the water. And they will say, we can get away with whatever we want. We could be lazy, we could just play here and get a bag. They'll sense it in the first 5 minutes of when you come into that room. It don't matter what race you are as a head coach. These people will sense it. And I'm going to tell you that right now. They ran Urban Meyer out of Jacksonville for that same reason. For that same exact reason. They sensed it. I'm telling y'all. They sensed it with Matt Rule. Matt Rule is the only one out of that coaching class that is still here. Why? Because Mr. Tepper is afraid of admitting that he made a mistake. And that's all it is. That's all you got to do is admit that you made a mistake, Mr. Tepper. With all due respect, man. Look, we love you. We want the best for you. But all you got to do is just admit you made a mistake. Fire the dude. Get us a coach that can win. And that's it. All is forgiven. Everything is good. You know? That's all we're asking for. It's not a lot. It really isn't. You know? We don't need apologies all over the news. We don't need, Q&A sessions. We don't need pressers. Just admit that you made a mistake. That's all it is. Just one statement. I screwed up. We'll forgive you, man. You're a new owner here. In Carolina, man, we're about forgiveness here too, man. Don't let these fans fool you in Carolina about all the hate here. We do offer second chances. We do offer, forgiveness. We're not all like that group that just is a bunch of keyboard warriors out there. Not all of us are like that. This crew right here, we're not like that. We're a family, man. We want the best for this franchise. We want the best for this team. And that's why I'm sitting here saying, all you got to do is just admit you made a mistake, bro. And I'm on board. I'm 100% on board again. That's all it takes. We love you, dude. As a person, we love you. But as an owner, you got to step up and man up to your mistakes. It's like if you're working a job and you screw up, you got to man up. You got to say, I screwed up on this. Here's what I could do better. And then do it. Follow up on it. Follow up on it, bro. Don't just sit on it. Don't just keep making excuses. Don't keep making, apologies. Follow up on it. Show us what you learned. You know what I mean? That's when people will start to respect you. That's when people will start seeing you as somebody that has a backbone and has character. That's what we want in an owner. Because that is what will start to change the culture in Carolina in the right direction. And yes, Mr. Tepper, you could start that. Manning up. I got love for you, man. Straight up, if I saw Mr. Tepper in public, I would straight up give him a hug. I would give him a fist bump. For sure, man. Regardless of what he's done wrong. I would still do it. Because I got love for you. Of course, I'm going to call you out on your mistakes, but, that's tough love. That's the difference between us and all the rest of these people in the fan base that want to go, Tepper is a horrible owner and this and that and the third. Like, come on. And a lot of y'all are right in what you're saying, but it's toxic. It's toxic, bro. Like, come. Y'all see what I'm saying? I don't need to go further with that. Now, I'm going to read these comments, and then we're going to get into this Scott Fitterer stuff. Because that's where, with him and Matt Rule, it's monkey see, monkey do with Matt Rule. But with Scott Fitterer, it's watch what I do, not so much what I say. And Scott Fitterer is an excellent, excellent poker player. And I'm going to tell you that right now. Because Scott has found a way to throw out so many smoke screens that you don't know which one to follow. And I'm going to show y'all why. He's even fooled me on a couple of them. I ain't gonna lie to you, he fooled me. Hey, I love it. Alright, so let's get to some of these comments. Stephen V says, Tepper said he's given Rule 5 to 6 years to build a foundation. He trusts the process. They are going to draft a quarterback. That's a poor decision, Mr. Tepper. With all due respect, man. That's a poor decision. It's going to come back to bite you, bro. For real. As far as whether we should draft a quarterback or not, that's another matter entirely. That's a whole nother can of worms and debate that we need to be having. And we're going to have that discussion before this draft starts tomorrow. It is officially 12:06, which means it is technically draft day. The stream schedule release video is going out now. It should be up by now. I've also posted the stream schedule on the Facebook group page, so y'all should see that. And I'll announce it real quick for you guys too. A couple of times during this stream. A few times actually, so y'all don't miss it. I created events on Facebook, so y'all can't miss that. If you want me to invite some of the folks here, I could do that. It's up to y'all. But here we go. Thursday, stream starts at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Friday, stream starts at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Saturday, stream starts at 11 a.m. Not 11:30. I'm going to edit that right now, because I just edited it in my video actually too. So 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. There you go. Streams, hit the bell. Select all so you don't miss any of them. Now, to get back into these comments, if they want Malik Willis, then we'll have to jump up to 2 or 3. I disagree with that, because Malik Willis is actually listed, let me show y'all, in the mock draft before it ever starts. He's actually listed on the big board at number 30, which means he could go up as far as 15, as low as 15 in the first round. I don't see him getting past 15 if we trade down with the Eagles. That's if he's still there. Are these times on YouTube correct as well for the streams? Yes. They apply to both. Good question, Lock Poppy. Thank you. I wanted to address that one before I addressed anything else. These podcasts are lit. Thank you so much. Do the press conferences. I will break down the Scott Fitterer one. There's no point in breaking down the David Tepper one. There's really no point. I pretty much discuss it in detail. I don't see anything that we can get out of it more than what I already talked about. Unless you disagree and you find something that's worth talking about, please do throw it in chat and we'll discuss it. I am more than willing to do that and spend stream time on that. You know, if it's worth discussing. But for the most part, you know, I want to focus on the draft and prepare for the draft, because it is technically today. 100% agree that Scott Fitterer was the best. Yeah. Tepper was born smart. Didn't want to give anything away for the draft. Well, technically, those questions shouldn't have been asked to Tepper to begin with. Those were Scott Fitterer questions, and those are the same ones that Scott Fitterer was blowing off and saying, we're not giving away our hand. We're not tipping our hand for you guys. You know, if you think you're getting the same thing, if you think you're getting something out of David Tepper that you're not going to get from Scott Fitterer, you're fooling yourselves, media. You really are. He's not going to give you anything like that. All he's going to do is say Scott Fitterer's question. You know, ask him that. Which is exactly the right answer. It's Scott Fitterer's question. Always has been, always will be when it comes to the draft. You know, the specifics of the draft. Now, if you want to know about somebody that's on our roster, and you want David Tepper's specific opinion on him, sure, ask him. If you want to know David Tepper's specific opinion on certain players in the draft, ask him. But tailor your question specifically to him, as if you're asking his opinion only, you know? And I'm sure he would probably address it, you know, if it was asked in that way by a media person. Facts. Hopefully he admits it, yeah. As far as Mr. Tepper making a mistake, yeah, I really do. All I want for him to do is just admit that he made a mistake. That's it. You know? Fire Matt Rule, find us a good coach, and then that'll be that. You know? Bygones are bygones. As far as I'm concerned, you know, I'm 100% back on board. That's all you got to do. Just make that statement, fire the man, hire somebody new, boom. We're all good, man. New owners make mistakes, man. They hire bad coaches. It happens. I mean, you look around the league, it happens. There's nothing wrong with that, with admitting that you made a mistake. We're all human beings. You know, there's nothing wrong with admitting that you screwed up. You know, just follow it up and fix it. You know, I get so tired of all these people that just like cover it up with lies and excuses. And all it does is just add more smoke to the fire, man. It just adds more fuel to the fire for people to not respect you and not like you. But if you change that around, if you turn that around, people will respect you again. That's the truth. That's the plain, cold, hard truth. Ice cold truth. People don't want to hear it. But that's how it is. I'm going to tell you nothing but the truth on this channel. You don't like it? You know where the door is. If you do respect it, you are more than welcome to stay. And I'm not driving people out. I'm saying this is how it is here. I would love for y'all to stay. I would love for all of y'all to stay. That's up to you. Come and go as you please. You know? You know, Scotty has to be a great poker player. Yes, sir. Alright. Now, here's what I'm talking about when I say that. Scott Fitter, a number of times, when asked about trading down or drafting a quarterback, he would say, I'm not giving you that information. I'm just not going to give you that. And if you're expecting him to, you're fooling yourselves. He's one of the better general managers in the league. Probably one of the best. And this is not his first time around. This is not his first rodeo. He's going to tell you straight up, this is how it is. Don't like it? Don't ask that question about 20 million times. He's going to give you the same answer. It's going to turn into a broken record parakeet. You know? If that's what you're expecting, go for it. But, I mean, you're just wasting his time, and everybody else's too that's watching this presser. And Yeah, frankly, it annoys me when the media does that. It really does. But the smoke screens are excellent. Okay? Because he didn't give away specifically what players, he liked at specific positions. He didn't say what positions he actually wanted. He just said, oh yeah, there's some good players in some of these positions. And it's just like, well, duh. You're not getting anything out of it. You know what I'm saying? He's not giving away the store. He's just not going to do that. So it's up to us to interpret and guess and read in between the lines as to what he said. So y'all ready to do that? We're going to do that. Let me make sure y'all can see the screen. I guess it's being flaky right at the moment. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, y'all. Alright, here we go. Let's dive into this presser, man. Actually, let me make sure y'all can hear it. Alright, there we go. Alright, full screen respect. Let's do this. 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Thanks everyone for joining. We have GM Scott Fitterer, Assistant GM Dan Morgan, and Director of College Scouting Cole Spencer here.
All right, so Dan Morgan.
All right. First of all, I just want to welcome everybody. This is obviously a very exciting time of the year for the organization, for our team. I think it's been a great process so far. Obviously, being here a year and a half, working with Coach Rule, Matt and I've really gotten to know each other over the past, a year and a half, and very comfortable with each other, very aligned, and so I'm excited about this process.
I don't like the fact that they're aligned. I don't like the fact that they're aligned. That's not a good thing. Because, Scott, you could be 3/4 aligned with him, but not all the way. Matt doesn't know how to scout these people. Alright? The man on your left does. The man on your right does. At that podium. But Matt has no clue how to scout these people. So the fact that you're on the same page with both of them, with Matt as well, I don't know about that. Makes me think we're getting a Temple or a Baylor guy. That's not a good thing.
Says, with the coaching staff, the scouting staff, we spent the last week together, and really, I think we're pretty much all on the same page. There are very few differences, so I feel like we're ready for this weekend. First of all, I just want to thank the scouts. They put in all the hard work during the season. They go to the schools or the boots on the ground for us, and I also want to thank their family.
Yeah, these scouts do a lot of hard work, man. Shout out to them. Much love to them. much love to the families, the scouts that allow them to continue to do this stuff.
Sacrifice when they're on the road. So I want to thank the families for that.
Yeah, for sure.
The coaching staff, they do so much work. It's a new staff this year, and they did a great job helping us out. And then everyone in this organization, the video team, Todd Green and his staff, IT with JD, the kitchen, weight room, everyone's helped out to make this a successful draft. So we're excited about
in
this.
their own specific and different
the draft
ways.
is huge for us. This is the foundation of our team. This is how we build it, and this is how we shape our team moving forward. So we're really excited about this process. Last year I thought it was a good draft. It was exciting. Every board is different, so we were able to move around, acquire picks, build depth for this team, and get some young guys that like J.C. Horn can be huge pieces for us moving forward. So I was excited about that. And then after the draft last year, Matt, Rule, Pat, myself, we got together and we decided, hey, what's the best way to do this? How can we improve this scouting system? So we went out, we talked to Mr. Tepper, and we
modernizing our scouting system, huh? They gonna change up the scouting system?
presented this idea to him, and he was quick to buy in and invest in this process. And so what we did is we went out, hired Dan Morgan as our assistant GM, Cole Spencer, our director of college scouting. We hired 2 national scouts, Jared Kirksey and Tyler Ramsey. Sam Diamond, brought on Terry Broadway, who's got a ton of experience in the NFL. And then built up our intern program. So with that, confident about how we built this board.
Nice.
And building the board is the most important thing we do. That drives every decision that we make during the draft. Whether we trade, whether we pick, whether we move it into next year and get picks. It's very important for us to have that board right and stay true to it on draft day. So that's what we did. And then, just overall, I thought the coaching staff, with they gave us the clear vision of what they wanted. That helps us, drive the value on the players and how to place them on the board. So we're excited about that. And, just really going into this draft, we have a lot of flexibility. We have a lot of different ways we can go. We don't have a day 2 and day 3 pick. A lot of that will be driven by what happens in front of us. But one thing you can expect is we're going to be aggressive, looking around and seeing what we can do. So with that, I want to introduce Cole Spencer, who's our director of college scouting. He can take you through the board and how it's built this year.
Just to piggyback off of what Scott was saying, just really appreciative for all the work that our scouts have been doing this year. It's a huge draft class with the COVID year. The guys getting the extra year of eligibility, it almost made like a double draft class for us. So just really proud with the way our guys worked, all the hard work they put in. So we evaluated close to 800 guys from this year's draft class. Right now, our draftable board is sitting at 156 prospects. Just with the structure that Scott has set up, and just going through the meeting process, and how hard our guys have worked. And I feel really good about our process. Just moving forward, I feel prepared for this weekend, and just ready to go.
156 prospects. Did y'all catch that? 156. All right.
All right, we can start with
That's
the questions.
interesting.
Say your first and last name, your immediate outlet. We'll start with David Newton, followed by Steve Reed.
Hey, Scott, good to see you. I wanted to ask, how many teams have you heard from wanting to trade up with you in this draft, and what are the chances are that you trade down?
Good question. But again, he's not going to give you anything.
Yeah, there's always a lot of communication. I mean, we may talk to 15 or 20 teams, prior to the draft. That doesn't mean everybody's going to move up. What we've done is, I think there's probably a handful of teams, maybe 3 to 4, that are really serious about it. We're just keeping all of our options open, but it's definitely something that we're going to look into. But if there's a good player there at 6, we're going to just stay there and pick the player.
All right, so 3 to 4 teams that we have been talking to. I'm going to bet one of them is Philadelphia. The second one that we should be looking at is potentially Washington. And the third one is probably going to be Pittsburgh. I think Pittsburgh is would be my second choice as far as who we should trade down with, because they do have a lot of picks, and I'll show you like after this press conference what I'm talking about there. They have a lot of capital that could be traded to us for that number 6 pick. So, for those of you who've seen me do mock drafts where I have traded down with teams, you know, Pittsburgh's been one of them. Philadelphia's been the second one. And this stream, we're going to kind of experiment a little bit with that for about an hour. You know, just trading. Just to see who would trade down with us, maybe. What capital they have. Who's worth trading to, you know. And what picks we should target. What number picks specifically we should target. And why. Based on our positional needs. So, basically reading in between the lines here, he's saying we have a lot of opportunities to trade down, you know, depending on who gives us a call at 5 and come off the board. It's not going to happen. That's basically what we're hearing. Okay, so here's what we're going to do with these mock drafts from here on tonight. Is we're going to run the first 5 off the board in every one of these mocks that we're experimenting with the trading partners. And we're just going to see who keeps popping up consistently. Right? Who's got the picks that we're looking for? Excuse me, I've got hiccups. But what teams are going to show up consistently that we could trade down with on about 5 or 6 different trade down opportunities. So we'll look at that in a minute. Alright, let's continue. So if there's a good player, we'll stay there at 6. Now, I'm hearing that there's about 2 or 3 players that may end up on their radar for that number 6 spot. And we all know that Evan Neal is one of them. We all know that Malik Willis is one of them. Akeem is probably on that list. It's a defensive tackle from Alabama. Mr. Devontae Wyatt. Nakobe Dean is going to be there around middle of of that first round. But the reason I'm highlighting Devontae Wyatt is because I believe this man will be jumping from the 17 spot up into the top 10. Why do I believe that? Because there's a couple of teams that are looking for a defensive tackle. And we'll get into that a little later. But I do believe his name will be popping up. Travon Walker, I don't think will be a factor at 12 because of the fact that there's going to be at least 1 or 2 pass rushers taken before him in that top 10 or top 15. So I'm thinking Travon Walker will be in the middle of the first round. That's my read on him. Thus far. You know, we already know that first edge rusher is going to the Jags. I mean, come on. Hutchinson going to the Jags. Obvious. It's in every mock draft out there. I'd be very surprised if he didn't. So his name is not going to pop up on that list. But you guys know what names will be on that list. Those are the ones to look for. Let's continue.
Without having a second or third round pick, we're going to keep all options open.
How many players would you be happy with at that 6 among the players in the top 10 right now?
That's the question. That's a relevant question right there. Very relevant question. How many players would you be happy with taking at number 6? Now, that's a very, very delicate question because this guy is head hunting, man. He's digging for buried treasure here, man. I don't know if he's going to get that answer or not. That's, if you're a general manager, that's a tough question to answer. You know, you could answer both ways. You could say, okay, well, I have X number of players that I'm interested in. I'm not going to give you the names, but I can give you how many. Yeah, I could do that. Or you could say, I don't want teams getting an idea of how many players I have my eye on. And that's a perfectly acceptable answer too. You know, if you don't want to give away the store on that answer, that's acceptable. And chances are 90% of the GMs are going to tell you the second one. Unless they don't know what they're doing and they're new to the job.
So we always talk about there's a ledge, you know, in the first round. This year it's right around 20. And that ledge within the ledge really stops right around 6.
Interesting. Alright, so the way he's talking right now, okay, there's a ledge. As far as like what type of players could be drafted at 6, right? That's what he's trying to say. Trying to interpret that for him, for everybody, and make it, you know, make sense for everyone. Yeah, the ledge is how many players could be reached on or taken at 6. The ledge is at 20. Alright. So that benchmarker is at 20. Anything below 20 is not going to get taken at number 6. That's what he's saying. Shout out to Greg, by the way, on Facebook. Adam and Corey McKinney. Appreciate y'all.
And so we feel like there's going to be a quality player there. But at that point, we'll make the decision. There'll be a couple guys on the board that we'll just pick. We know we want to take them.
There's a couple of guys on the board that they may just want to go ahead and go for them. I think I already know. I think we all already know which 2 players those are. Evan Neal and Malik Willis. If one of those 2 is on the board, just go ahead and take them, right? If they're not there, move down.
We know they can help us. If they're gone, then we have opportunities.
One of them's going to be gone. I can tell you that. Evan Neal ain't making it to 6. If he does, there's about a 25% chance that he actually does. I've seen it on some mock drafts, yes. But how realistic are those mocks? You know, you've got to consider who's in front of us. You got the Giants picking in front of us. Okay? You've got... I'm going to show y'all who we got in front of us. Because y'all need to know this. Y'all need to know this, alright? We've got the Lions, who stole Sewell from us last year, in front of us. We got the Texans, who need pretty much everything in front of us. And again, we have the Giants in front of us. One of those 3 teams is going to take Neal. I'm betting the Texans are going to go defensive. But oh, hey. the Lions could steal from us again. The Lions could steal from us again, folks. Y'all gotta be aware of this real possibility. See, the Lions have all these picks, man, because they traded Stafford. Y'all need to watch out for these guys. They're predators. They may not be winning games out here, but they're predators on the draft board. They'll rob some people. They'll misuse those players, but they'll rob them. And it's not cool. I was not made aware that this was a problem until they took Sewell. Now, I'm fully aware of it. And I hope Scott is fully aware of it too. I think he is at this point. Because he saw him do it last year. So, obviously, he's paying attention now. He's on full alert this time. He's not going to let him get away with that garbage again. So, we got to watch out for Detroit, man. I'm telling you, full-on alert mode for Detroit. This stuff gets dangerous right around that second pick. I don't see Evan Neal getting past the Lions or the Giants. Because if the Lions don't grab him, the Giants will. They need an offensive lineman bad. Just as badly as we do. But I'm going to remind people that we need a guard more than we need a tackle. Why do we need a guard more than we need a tackle? Let me show y'all. Look at our guard list. Look at our left guard list. Y'all tell me whether we need a guard more or a tackle more at this point. Unless y'all really think Cameron Irving is that terrible. Like, I see Cameron Irving as a second stringer. Borderline third stringer. That's where I see Cameron Irving. I see Brady Christensen starting. I have zero problem with that. I see us putting in some time with Deontay Brown next year. In preseason. A lot of time with Deontay Brown. Because they want to know who this dude is in training camp. So I'm going to try to get you that footage in training camp. Because I want to see what Deontay Brown is made of too. I want to watch his footwork. I want to watch his hands. I want to watch everything. And I'm going to get a good chance to do that with 6 days out of that training camp. So, I'll get y'all that footage. Don't y'all worry about that. That's coming. But we need a left guard, and we need one bad. Alright, Pat Eflin, we're having him sub backup center now. Because Sam Teichenberg, even though he's listed as a center, was not ready. He wasn't ready last year. So we got Pat Eflin subbing in at backup center. Then what do we have back there? Behind Pat Eflin, right? We got Michael Jordan, Dennis Daly. Who has any faith in either one of those two right now? I know Corey McKinney does. I'm not asking you. Because I know you've been backing up Dennis Daly like crazy. We already established that one. But the rest of y'all, do you have any faith in Michael Jordan or Dennis Daly? Because right now, I don't. I'm going to be real with y'all, man. These guys are camp bodies. Third stringer / camp bodies. We need a guard more than we need a tackle. So, frankly, I don't... As much as I like Evan Neal, we don't need to be messing around with a tackle that high, man. We need to be getting a linebacker. And I'll explain that one too. Why I'm willing to wait on guard is because with the right trade down, we can get Joshua Ezedu from North Carolina. I've already explained about him in these streams. If you missed that, go check the VODs. But Joshua Ezedu can play left guard predominantly and left tackle as well. He plays both. I'm willing to wait on him, but not wait too long. You got to grab him in the 3rd round. And that's the problem. We don't have a 3rd round pick. So that's why I say trade down, trade down, trade down. And we go for a linebacker in the 1st round. Unless Malik Willis is still on the board at 15. Unless he somehow slips to 20, which I doubt, then you pick Malik Willis. That's when you get aggressive. When you know you got the picks behind you to go after a guard, to go after a linebacker, to go after question mark position. That's when you get aggressive. And you're still in the 1st round, deep into the 1st round, and Malik is still there. That's the time to get aggressive. Otherwise, don't bother. Because we need a guard. We need a linebacker. We're in desperate need of that help at both of those positions. I'm even willing to wait on a safety until next year because of this reason right here. Because we just re-signed Justin Burris. You know, we got Jeremy Chin. We got Xavier Woods. I'm okay with Kenny Robinson for a year. You know, as long as we don't put Sean Chandler in, I'm cool with it. You know, in certain situations. I'm good with it, man. I'm willing to wait for safety for a little bit. You know, if we target linebackers and guards first, we got to have those 2 positions. It's critical, y'all. It's critical. We need a defensive tackle as well. So once we get these guys, right, then we can focus on safety, you know, late round, maybe a tackle late round. And I'm thinking that guy from Kentucky, you know, at tackle. Rosenthal, right? So, and the PFF is going to grade me terribly for that, and I don't care. Because here's the deal. They don't understand what our needs are. We won 5 games last year. 5 games. We could have easily won at least 3 more. And made ourselves at least halfway relevant. But you know what? I'm glad we only won those 5 because now we get to build with that 5 wins, right? We get to build in the top 10. So, be wary of these Detroit Lions. Be very, very wary of them. I don't trust these guys as far as I can throw them in these drafts anymore. Y'all done ruined my trust in you. Vietnam says, I think trading back would be the best option if all the top 3 tackles are gone. I really wants to pick up Cross if he's there. Yeah, I know it's a long wait until 137, but we would have a left tackle. See, here's the thing, man. I do like going after a tackle, but it's not an immediate need. It's not an immediate need with Brady Christensen starting and Cameron Irving as a backup tackle. You know? So essentially we're looking for a 3rd stringer / a 2nd string replacement, right? For Cameron Irving. That's really what we're looking for when you go after tackle. So I'm willing to wait a little bit, and then get aggressive at tackle position when we've got more draft capital next year. Maybe a second rounder, go after a tackle, And if you miss on quarterback at first round this year, go for a quarterback next year, first round. That's where I would be more interested in doing something there. Cross is not worth a number 6 pick. I'm sorry. I gotta go against you on that one. With all due respect, man. Cross to me is not worth a number 6. That's my opinion. It's out there. It's public. Akeem is not even worth a number 6 to me. I would still trade down. If I didn't get Evan Neal and I had to have a left tackle, it's either Evan Neal or nothing at all. If tackle overlapped the need for a guard and a linebacker, at number 6, my number 3 at that point. However, we need a guard more than we need a tackle. And I think that's where a lot of people are screwing up here. That's why my draft boards look a lot different than everybody else's. That's why you see me going tackle late rounds, not early rounds. There's a reason for it. Again, Cameron Irving, second stringer to a third stringer quality, talent there. So you're looking for a second string replacement or a third string replacement tackle. I have that much faith in Brady Christensen. I'm putting all my chips on the table for Brady Christensen at starting left tackle. I'm saying it here and now. I've seen enough of him last year. I've seen enough of him in training camp. I've seen enough of him in preseason to fully put my chips on the table for Brady Christensen at starting left tackle. If y'all don't have as much faith as I do, absolutely, by all means, try some of these mock drafts yourself. Go for a tackle first round. That is your choice. Your mock draft, your choice. I'm not going to fault you for that. But to me, if you look at left guard, and Dennis Daly, third string to practice squad material, that's where I value them at. Now, if any one of these players upgrade their value, by all means, they are more than welcome to try to do that in training camp and preseason, and I will respectfully change that if I see it. But for now, that's where I see them at. That's why I say we need a left guard first. If you have to go for an offensive lineman, it's got to be a guard at number 6 pick. Now, who is there at number 6, you ask? Well, let's look at our big board. Let's see who's there. And you're going to see why I started to drift back on this one into late rounds. Because I did not have any faith in Zion from Boston College. I don't have any faith in Kenyon Green. Doesn't impress me. Dylan doesn't impress me. Memphis doesn't do anything. Come on. Chattanooga? Who pays attention to Chattanooga? Chattanooga doesn't play anybody. If any of these offensive linemen from Chattanooga get up into the NFL and last more than 2 years, I'll be impressed. Because you're facing up against defensive ends that have played previously for Alabama, Clemson, Ohio State, all of these teams that have been consistent winners and championship winners at that. And some of these guys came out of these colleges that you would not even expect. And they start absolutely hustling. You know, some of these guys from the West Coast, like UCLA, Southern Cal, you know, and they'll come up into the system, into the NFL, with that speed that is just a little bit better than everybody else. And they'll start running over guys like Cole Strange, you know, that haven't played anybody in college. It doesn't matter if you're 307 pounds, 6'5", it doesn't matter what they grade you at. If you have not played against any of these types of pass rushers or defensive tackles, look out. You're in for a rude awakening once you get in the NFL. No matter how high the PFF grade board gives you of a grade, it doesn't matter. It does not matter, folks. You could be listed in the top 100. If you come from a college like that, you're already under scrutiny. You got to come out there swinging. And you got to come out there fighting. Because you're already backed into a corner. Now, offensive linemen like Marquise Hayes here that have come from Oklahoma, that have played people like that, yeah, you've already got a fighting chance right out of the gate. You're okay, you know. You know, players like Joshua Ezidu, you're going to have a pretty good chance. This is why I'm sitting here saying I'm okay with moving back a little bit and waiting for a guard. But you notice this 133 right here. Notice what pick we have in the 4th round. Somebody's going to reach on Joshua. I guarantee it. Either early 3rd round or mid 3rd round. Somebody's going to grab this dude. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys ahead of him. Marquise Hayes is one of them. Marquise Hayes is going in the 2nd round. That's why I say early 3rd round is a possibility for Joshua. After Joshua, you're sitting on Ed Ingram. That's your next option. Then you got Mr. Smith here from Virginia Tech. And I think your last 2 hopes down here are probably going to be Thayer Munford or Justin Schaefer. Josh Stills, I don't know, man. Was Justin Schaefer the one that had the surgery? Was he the one that had the surgery? Or was it Thayer? I think it was Thayer. It was one of these guys, man. It was one of these guys. Josh Stills, maybe? I don't know, but I remember reading about that and just saying, uh-oh. That's not good. I mean, you got Joshua's counterpart down here, Marcus, but that's a That's a right guard. You know what I'm saying? That's a right guard. We don't need that. We need a left. Nobody's going to pay any attention to a guy from Mercer. Yeah. You know, if you're sitting back there around 20, maybe. Kenyon might be on your radar. But that's a very slim maybe. Personally, I would rather have Joshua that could play both positions of our greatest need right now. He's our pick. So, that's what we're looking at. And if you consider the pass rushers that have been going up against us, the Saints still have some pass rushers, you know. The Browns have some pass rushers. Steelers have been building people back up. Buccaneers do. The Rams definitely do. The Bengals do. And maybe Seattle? But, I mean, still. That's a good chunk of teams that can still rattle you if you get the wrong guard or if you get the wrong tackle. So, you got to get this right. If you're going to draft one of these guys, you got to get it right. And the right position. Otherwise, you're already in trouble. Vietnam says, I believe in what Tepper said about Sam. I'm on an island in this one, but I think he will be the league's most improved player if he starts this year for us. It'll depend on a few factors. 1, the offensive line. 2, Ben McAdoo's offensive system. 3, Robbie Anderson finally getting his head out of the sand and realizing he's got to put effort in to catch these balls when he's wide open instead of just playing for a bag. 4, Matt Rule actually coaching this whole crew correctly, which that's a pipe dream. The last one's a pipe dream at this point. That's what I'm feeling. Unless he proves me wrong. You know, and I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm just saying you got better chances of winning the Powerball than Matt Rule actually coaching these guys correctly. Y'all know what I mean when I say that right there. So, I mean, like I said, it's 4 different factors going on there. And the new quarterback coach. You know, new offensive line coach. You know, there's a few things going on there, man. You know, so it's hard to say whether Sam Darnold can improve or not. You know, it'll depend on all those factors coming together and working in perfect harmony for him to improve. And who's to say where that glass ceiling is? You know, I don't think it's that much higher, in my opinion. But hey, that's just my one man's opinion. I could be wrong, but that's how I feel about it. You know, to each their own and their opinion on that. You know, and I got respect for everyone's opinion on that. I may disagree with you, but I respect everyone's opinion on it. If you really do believe that he can improve that much more, go for it, man. Show me. You know, let these guys prove it to me. I'm here for it. I'm here to pay attention and to learn. And I'll be the first one to eat crow if it happens. You know? I'll be the first one to say it on stream publicly and eat crow if it does happen. But that's how I feel about it, man. But hey, let's continue. There's something in this press conference I want y'all to hear.
Hey Scott, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. Hey, just yeah, obviously there's the omnipresent need, I guess, for a quarterback, and do you feel any of the guys in this draft are worthy of being selected with that number 6 pick?
Oh my God. Relevant question, but you're going to hear that about 5 more times in different sentences, in framed a different way. I don't think he's going to answer that one, bro.
Yeah, I do think there's a talent level on a couple of them this year that can help us. Whether it's that 6, whether it's moving around. If we had picked
Okay.
6, I would feel comfortable with one of them. Yeah.
Malik Willis is the one he's talking about. Malik Willis. But yeah, he did answer the question. I'm surprised at that.
Or actually, a couple of them at 6.
Couple of them. Sam Howell's the second one then. Sam Howell's the second. Y'all watch and see what I'm saying, man. Sam Howell's the second one. The rumor is Matt Corral, but that's a smokescreen. If y'all been watching Matt Corral's highlight reels, that's a smokescreen. We ain't going for Matt. I can tell you right now, we're going right through that smokescreen. I can see it. I can see right through that one. Clear as day. The media won't see it. The scouts might not, but I see it.
We go Joe Person followed by Scott Fowler.
And that's another reason I don't promote these streams on the group page, because that's where everybody's going to, is the group page from the channel. Watching these streams on the VODs, and picking up on all these clues that I'm pointing out. You don't know who it's going to be. I still have this theory that there was a Saints scout, that watched one of my streams and picked up on the fact that we were targeting the 15, and made that big trade with the Eagles. I mean, because our channel was the first one to point that one out. We were the first ones to suggest that. Nobody else was even looking at that number 15. We were the only ones looking past number 10 or number 12. I should say 12. As far as a trade down partner. We were the only ones looking past 12 for a partner. So now y'all see how dangerous this can get. So I gotta be careful what clues I throw out here and which ones I don't. I gotta become Scott Fitterer in a way. And I know that's gonna suck for the people on this stream at times, but I can dissect some of this stuff, but I can't dissect all of it for you. I can't give away all the clues that he's thinking. But I am on the same page with this dude, mindset wise, as far as what he's trying to do. And what's funny is he's gotten to be a lot more of a poker player because of it. He's starting to see, okay, people are starting to dissect this stuff. I gotta become a little bit more of a poker player. Put on that poker face a little bit more. I mean, you look at the face you see on that screen right now, that's a poker player face. He ain't gonna give you nothing more than what he's showing you right now. That's exactly what we need. That's a beautiful thing to see right there. I love it. He's not going to give you any more than what he wants you to know. And that's exactly it, man. If he wants to throw out a smoke screen, he'll throw out a smoke screen. And you'll never see through it until a draft day. Until after we've already made our pick. That's how clever this dude is. Now I can throw out a few of the, I can toss a few of these smoke screens, you know, and get rid of them, you know, for you guys, because I don't want you guys falling for those smoke screens. Now the scouts, I want every one of the doggone scouts to fall for them, because the scouts will go back to these franchises this is getting. I gotta be a little more careful which smoke screens I throw out of here and which ones I don't. But as far as quarterbacks are concerned, oh yeah, you can go ahead and throw that Matt Corral one out the window. We ain't getting him. I'm gonna tell you that right now. We ain't getting him. I already looked at the film study on him. He ain't nothing but a thing on this board. He did not impress me at all. Neither did the dude from Western Carolina. You can go ahead and throw Zappy out the window too. I was not impressed with him. He's a project. Alright, but let's continue though.
Hey, Scott, Dan, Cole, thanks for doing this.
Again, that's not what I wanted y'all to
Scott,
hear.
Offensive tackle, how many of those guys do you have with top 6 grades?
You know, I don't want to get too far into that, Joe, and this.
See? He don't want to get too far into that. He ain't gonna give you that. He ain't gonna give you that one. Let's try, bud.
That's a really good question, but I think if we start, you know, divulging that publicly, like, we kind of lose leverage out there, and we don't want other teams to know that.
Thank you. Finally, a GM that's not gonna give away the store. Yes, sir, Scott. Yes, sir. That's the answer I want to hear from my GM. Right before a draft. That's exactly the answer I want to hear. That's beautiful.
But we do have several that we like. That
yes, sir.
Spot.
And I think you had...
And we had several that we like. There you go. That's all you're getting, bro. That's all you're getting. You're bobbing for apples, but you're not coming up with any. Not from this dude.
3 of those guys in for pre-draft visits. Just kind of wondered what your takeaway was with visiting with Cross, Neal, and Hickey.
Yeah, you know this.
All right, Cross, Cross, and who else? Reggie? Did he say Reggie? I'm trying to figure out what he just said right there. Did he say Reggie? I don't know, man. Y'all tell me. Did he just say Reggie? Hold up. Hold up, y'all. Hold up, y'all. I can't see the chat. There we go. Alright, sorry about that, y'all. But yeah, he's not going to give you that, man. I'm just trying to tell y'all that right now. He's not going to give you that. That's not going to be a thing anymore. You're asking for too much. I hate to break it to you. Not gonna happen. Let's keep going.
Spent a lot of time with our coaching staff. You know, we got to meet them as well. Obviously, as the scouts, we've met them either at the school, at the pro days, you know, at all-star games. This is really a chance for our coaches really to get to know them more than just outside that 20-minute window of the combine. So we're able to get them on the board, learn a lot about them, and I think we feel pretty good about these guys as they've left our building.
Stream 85 plus channels.
Right. I know you said Charles Cross, but I didn't catch the other two. If y'all caught the other two, let me know in the chat. Who that was that they just picked up on.
I have a couple.
Visited.
Hey guys, thanks for doing this. One's short, one's a little more philosophical. This one's for Cole, I guess. Can you say out of those 156 on your board, Cole, how many of those are quarterbacks?
I don't want to give away too much information.
Again, you're not gonna get that info. Stop it, David Newton. I'm telling you, man. Quit digging for gold. You're not gonna get anything. All you're getting is coal.
A few guys that we feel really good about that has skill sets that I think can help us out. But I don't want to get into specifics on how many guys we have draftable at a specific position.
Right answer. Well done, sir. Good first impression on this guy. I like him.
But needless to say, there's guys we like.
Okay. And this is for Scott. Just from a philosophical sense right now, Scott, where do you think quarterback position is as you go into this draft? And how, quarterback needy do you envision this franchise at the moment?
I think we've talked about it since the season. We want to stabilize the quarterback position. We need consistent play out of that.
Mm-hmm.
I sat down with Sam yesterday and just we talked about everything. Like, we need to help him out as well. We need to help him out with the offensive line. I think we've done a good job, keeping DJ here and, with McCaffrey and surrounding him with the talent where he doesn't feel like he has to make every play. But we do have to protect him. But in our conversation, I said, hey, listen, we are going to add to this group. Through this weekend, there's a pretty good chance we could add to this group. And it's open competition. It's his spot right now, but whoever can take this spot and run with it, we're going to do that. And so he was good with that. We're on the same page, and we know we need to stabilize that position, but we're looking forward to adding to it.
So essentially, Sam Darnold now knows that his job could be in jeopardy if we go for a quarterback. And he seems good with that. Really, Sam? Does Sam Darnold know his days might be numbered in Carolina? Because if that's the attitude you're going to come into the room with and say, okay, my job might be in jeopardy? hold up now. Who are y'all looking at? You know, that'd be my response. I'd be like, who are y'all looking at? Because if my job is in jeopardy, I want to know who I'm going to be in jeopardy to. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't want that insider info. I wouldn't post it on social media. I wouldn't do nothing with it. But I'd be mulling it over, man. I'd be thinking about that through that entire weekend. I can guarantee you. And that would be motivation for me to work harder if I was Sam Darnold. That would wake me up and say, hold up. If they're looking for a replacement for me, that means I haven't done my job properly. And it's time to work. You know, it's time to grind. I would take that as a challenge, man. You don't just say, okay, I'm good with that. No self-respecting starter in the league is going to sit there and say, I'm good with that. You can ask Cam Newton. When the going got tough, when he was in his heyday, and he saw Derek Anderson behind him on that depth chart, he said, I'm about to work harder. I'm about to work harder than all y'all. I'm about to outwork this whole doggone quarterback room by a mile and a half, just so I can stay up here. Because you know what? There's 100 other guys that want to take your spot on any given day. Any given day for cheaper than they're paying you. And you can doggone guarantee they'll do it too if you ain't putting up the numbers. And you're out of excuses? Oh yeah. Dog, you're done. You got 1 year to prove yourself, Sam Darnold. Without any more crutches, without any more training wheels, you better step up this year. You know, because Cam Newton did exactly that for the last 4 or 5 years. You know, for us. As a starter before he went to New England. And that's with the concussion, issues. Messing with his decision making. He still stepped up and outperformed the entire quarterback room that was sitting there available for us. For 5 years of that time that he was here before he got cut. Think about that, y'all. Think about that real hard. You know that meme of Cam going, okay. After the other team scores a touchdown? Okay. Alright. Yep. I see it. I'm about to match it. That's the mentality that Sam Darnold has to come in here with. After hearing the fact that he might get replaced. That's the attitude you got to come in with. You can't come in here with, oh, well, I'm going to get replaced. Okay, cool. Some other team will want me. No, they won't, bro. No, they won't. Not with that attitude, they won't. No, they won't. Half these teams that will want you have no problem putting your butt in second string. You come in there with that attitude. Keep that same mentality and that same attitude when you go into some of these interviews. Go ahead. Keep that same attitude. Nah. Don't change up that attitude just because you're going into an interview with a new team. Keep that same attitude. See how long it takes you to be put on that second string bench. Keep that same attitude. Because I'm going to tell you, it will not take long. The second you put up the types of numbers that you did with all those crutches and those training wheels, you know, without all those bells and whistles, wherever you end up at, and you don't have help, you're screwed. I'm just telling you now. Just change that attitude, Sam. Change that attitude. Grow a spine, bro. Grow up. Grow up and grow a spine. I'm trying to help you, man. Here's that tough love coming at you. Grow a spine. Look at Cam Newton. Look at Cam Newton when he saw a competition, man. He said, not today. Y'all ain't beating me today. I'm going to come out stronger than all y'all. I'm out to outwork all of y'all. You look at Thomas Davis. You look at Greg Olson back in the day, man. Did either one of those guys back down when they saw competition at their position? No. They said, we're going to work even harder. When you saw Thomas Davis, slacking a little bit, man, on the field, he said, nah, man. I got to come out here and work harder. I know I'm better than this. I know I've got more talent than this. I know I got more skills than this. Let me show y'all. Same with Greg Olson. You never saw either one of those guys slack. Because the second you slack, the second you have that mentality that Sam has right now, saying, okay, I'm good with that. I'm good with a little bit of replacement action going on. A guy that could possibly replace me. That's the second you end up in second spot in the depth chart. And it can happen like that. It can literally happen that quickly during the middle of a game. That's why you got to bring your best every game. 100 other guys, man, I'm telling you. 100 other guys that just want to put food on their table for their family. You are very, very lucky you're getting paid as much as you are, Sam Darnold. For that production, you're very lucky.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, bro.
Alexander, followed by Darren.
Earn it.
Hey, Scott, Cole, Dan. Thanks for doing this. This question is for Scott. Do you all have a preference on whether you all would want to trade for a veteran quarterback or draft one? I know your options are open, but do you have a preference at this point?
Relevant question. Relevant question. Do you have a preference? I like that. I like how that question was worded, because that's a question you can't really avoid. You gotta kind of answer that one. You gotta answer it delicately, but you have to answer it. Let's see what he responds with.
I think we're gonna get through the draft this weekend and see what happens. We do have options outside of the draft. We like guys in the draft, so we'll just see how it plays out, and we'll make the best decision for this team over the next couple weeks.
In other words, no, he doesn't have a preference. That's the read. There is nothing else. That's the read. No, there is no preference. All right, let's continue.
And Cole, how does the fact that this draft had so many more prospects, how did that make perhaps things more difficult in evaluating?
Yeah, I mean, I think it just comes down to the workload at each school. So where in the past you may be writing up, 5, 6, 7, 8 guys at each school. I mean, we had some schools that had 20 plus prospects, and then the next day you're going to another school with 20 more prospects. So really, it was just for our scouts, just staying organized, staying on top of their reports was the biggest thing. But the workload really did, guys. So I thought they did a great job handling it.
Yeah. Again, all of that stuff. There is something more I want y'all to listen to, specifically. There's a certain couple of lines that I want to talk about that I heard that are very, very specific to the topic of the draft.
Hey, and this is for Scott and Cole. Really, could each of you guys speak to the question? I mean, there's a big gulf between 6 and 137. I think when you guys pick next, did that change the way you scout and kind of the guys you consider, knowing there is going to be that wide space in between?
No, you know what? You grade the player individually. You don't grade him based on need. You grade him based on your team, their talent.
Let me back that up.
Could each of you guys speak to the question? I mean, there's a big gulf between 6 and 137. I think when you guys pick next, did that change the way you scout and kind of the guys you consider, knowing there is going to be that wide space in between?
Good question. I'll answer that myself.
No, you know what? You grade the player individually.
You grade the player individually. I don't know about that one.
You don't grade him based on need.
You don't grade him based on need? Okay. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. You want to get the best overall grade for that player so you can figure out like who they are. And then what do we need? Then we go after those needs, right? Who best fits those needs? Okay, so I see what he's saying. I see where he's going with this. Let's go.
You grade him based on your team, their talent level. So you have to be disciplined with that, not to push players. Because when you do that, that's when you get in trouble.
Don't push players. Okay? Right. Don't push players. Alright.
Trouble. So whether we're picking 2 or 137, or we don't know what we're going to acquire in between either. So we have to be prepared at every level, at every pick, with who we want.
Yeah, and I think that...
Y'all hear that? We have to be prepared at every level, every pick, to be prepared for that stuff. Anything can happen. Anything can happen, y'all. We're talking about trading down with 3 different teams. We don't know which one we're going to trade with on draft day, if we do at all. So if we do trade down with any of these 3 teams, which I believe are going to be Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and Washington, possibly Minnesota on that list too. You got to be prepared for, okay, this is what's going to happen at these particular picks if we get them, in this trade. What are we going after? What are we targeting? Later on, after the first round. By acquiring these specific numerical picks. What are we targeting? Are we prepared for those picks to be used on something that we're targeting? And tailor what we target around those pick numbers.
This is a deep draft class as well. So I think regardless, we're going to find a good player, whether that's at 6 or whether that's later on in the draft. I think we can find depth. I think we can find players that'll help us.
And along those lines, at that point, I think you go 3 picks in a 12-pick span. How difficult is that when you're on the clock that often, that close together?
You know, we brought in a system that we had in Seattle. It's called the Pick 6 system.
Pick 6 system. All right. This is what I want y'all to listen to. Okay? I'm going to make sure everybody can hear this. Hold on. I'm going to make sure everybody is on board with what they're about to hear right here. The Pick 6 system. Think about this. Listen close. Here we go.
And we just keep adding to that. So that the next 6 players
The next 6 players.
that we take at any pick are right on the board in the order.
Now, whose system does that sound like? Whose system does that sound like right there? Sounds like mine, doesn't it? I want my credit. I want my credit for being on the same page with Scott Fitterer yet again. Boom, let's go. Oh, it's magical.
What that does, it takes out a lot of the confusion, and a lot of that is done as we're sitting up front. It's Matt, myself, Mr. Tepper, it'll be Dan and Cole and Pat Stewart. We'll be up there constantly tinkering on that pick 6 board, and that way, if they are back-to-back picks, we know exactly who we're taking.
Back-to-back picks. They know exactly who they're taking. That's called targeting, man. You target these players. You know exactly what you're going to take. You got a general consensus of what round areas or benchmarkers. I forget exactly how he put that. We'll say benchmarker, right? Where does that benchmarker end? Where you could safely get this player and not reach. That. So essentially, I figured out their system before they even brought it in here. That is magical. Oh my God. I love it. I love it, y'all. I love it.
It goes, and it also helps us identify how many players do we have. If we have all 6 players there, we can also trade back.
Hey, what have I been doing? What have I been doing in my mocks? If all those players are still there, and we got some numerical picks to spare in between the pick that we have and the one that we're targeting, guess what? Trade back. Thank you, Scott. You're essentially just explaining everything that I've been doing. Word for word. Just in a different way. It's the same system. Same exact system.
You trade back 3, 4, 5 spots and be assured you get one of those picks or one of those players.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We go Will Pelagic followed by Fitz.
Yes, sir. Y'all want me to run that part back? Y'all want me to run that part back so y'all can get a clear understanding of what we're doing here? It's a numerical system. Alright, say we are picking at Let me show y'all. Because this is exactly what I've been doing, man. Alright. Say we are picking at a very specific spot. Okay. Such as 137. Okay. Who out of the numerical choices that we have on our draft board is still there? Say we trade with the Eagles, right? Alright. And we're picking at 83, right? 83 specifically. Who is still there? You're looking at Mathis, you're looking at Christian Harris, you're looking at Marquise Hayes, Brandon Smith, Piet Fair. Boom. What numerical order would you put these guys in? That's essentially what he's doing. And it's beautiful. Because that's exactly how I do mock drafts. Exactly. Dead on. So the fact that I have figured this out before he even brought this from Seattle to Carolina, and before I even put this on stream publicly, that's a magical thing, ladies and gentlemen. I have a better understanding of how they draft than a good chunk of people. That's a good feeling right there. There is nothing more reassuring than that right there when I'm doing mock drafts. Oh, that makes me happy. That makes me super happy, y'all. Oh, that's just wow. I wanted that reassurance that it was the same system and it could work in the NFL. I had my doubts, man. I had my absolute doubts that this system would work in the NFL. And Scott is proving that it does. He's gone through one draft now. He's about to go through 2 drafts now without COVID restrictions. And he's about to prove that this system works every year without fail. I love it. God, yes.
Bill Organ.
Scott, I got a pair. I'll go one at a time.
If y'all got questions about that, ask.
Trade back.
Hey, if y'all have questions about that system and how it works, please do ask. I will be more than happy to explain it to y'all. Let me make sure I get this question.
We know exactly who we're taking as it goes, and it also helps us identify how many players do we have. If we have all 6 players there, we can also trade back. We can trade back 3, 4, 5 spots and be assured you get one of those picks.
That is confidence right there. That's confidence. This man knows exactly what he's doing.
One of those players.
We go Will Pelagic followed by Phil Organ.
Scott, I got a pair. I'll go one at a time. In terms of your decision to trade back, would you prioritize a starter level player or more draft capital volume?
You know what? This isn't about just acquiring draft capital. It's not about the number of picks. You know, that's not how you win.
Facts. Facts. Thank you, Scott. Finally, a GM that understands this. Preach it. Let me run that back one more time so y'all hear this. Because I don't think some of y'all comprehend this. I really, really don't.
As a starter level player or more draft capital volume?
You know what? This isn't about just acquiring draft capital. It's not about the number of picks. You know, that's not how you win.
Thank you. Say it louder, Scott, for the people in the back that aren't listening. That think they know how this draft works. They don't, bro. They don't. And I'm not talking about the people in this crew, man. I'm talking about the people outside of it. They think they understand how the draft works. They haven't studied a single aspect of it. They haven't studied the past tendencies. They haven't studied, what positions end up where. They don't even know what proper trade value is. And then they want to come in here and tell us, oh, well, you win if you get a certain number of picks or you get a certain number of... No, stop. Stop. Stop, bro. Stop. Do some research, please. Do some research before you come in here, in any of these, Panther groups and start acting like you know everything. Please. Do some research. Scott's telling you like it is. Listen to the man. If you listen to his press conferences, he is literally teaching you how to do this stuff in mock drafts. All you got to do is listen and try to read in between the lines a little bit.
It's about getting the right players and identifying the right players.
Bingo.
We're not going to move out of a player just to acquire picks.
Bingo.
If we can look at the board and read it right.
How many times have I heard people say that, man? How many times? I have lost count in these Facebook groups. I'm telling you. They don't understand it. They don't get it. I'm sitting here like, really? Y'all still don't get it? Even after he just laid it out for you? Oh, man. Either you just don't want to listen or, you got selective hearing. Or you just haven't listened to him at all.
And this is kind of close to Darren's question, but with that number 6 pick, with how high it is, I know you don't want to force a need, but where that pick is it more incumbent on you to make a hit on something that can contribute to your team right away?
You know what? You don't want to get stuck with that mindset. You just have to say, hey, listen, this is the role this guy can do. This is what he's going to come in and do for us, and be comfortable with that, and trust that you evaluating him the right way.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You got to trust your scouting department. If you're the general manager, you got to trust your scouting department. If you can't trust your scouting department, you are already screwed. You're already screwed. You know what I'm saying? You got to know exactly what you're doing. If your scouting department is garbage, you're not getting anywhere. And I think that was half of Gettleman's problem, was the scouting department. The other half was player relations and contracts with Scott, with Dave Gettleman. And that's why he did not last long here. Despite the success that he had. Despite the coaching staff, despite everything that went well for him. You know what I mean? We had players, we had starters, we had depth, we had Pro Bowlers, we had the whole 9 yards. It's when you start counting all the scouting department, and the scouting department fails you, and you gotta kind of say, okay, well, I gotta kind of take a shot in the dark on this pick, and yada yada yada. That's when you get into trouble. And you think, okay, well, I like hog mollies. Well, have you done your research on these dudes? Have you scouted them properly? And Scott Fitterer is now saying, okay, well, we know what we want. We trust our scouting department. These guys are solid. This board is what we want. You know, if we don't get this player, we go after this player. You know, if these players are available, we go after this player. You know, you got to know. You got to know in that amount of time. You can't just say, well, it's a guessing game. No. It's best player available. No. You got to trust the system you made. Scott knows what he's doing. Y'all, he knows what he's doing. It's never a guessing game with him. He trusts his system. And it works. So when you come into these drafts, you say, yep, this player ain't here, we're drafting this one. If this player ain't here, we're drafting this one. We got a plan A, we got a plan B, we got a plan C, we got a plan D. And he doesn't just stop at 4. He's got a 6-player system. Which I love it. I love that. You know? And that's how you get up to 154 prospects that we have looked at. That's how you reach that number. So now, you know, I'm just trying to explain to y'all how he's doing this. From me to you, you know. How is he doing it? You know? I'm simplifying it, I'm putting it in layman's terms, you know, for the average fan to understand. So, you know, hopefully I'm doing a good job of that. Y'all let me know if I am. If y'all understand what I'm saying here, and y'all get what he's trying to do with this system. Hopefully y'all do. If not, let me know. You know, how would you word it differently? You know, if you don't feel like I'm explaining it well enough. I think I'm doing a pretty doggone good job, though. So I'm going to stick with it. That's the part I wanted y'all to hear. Was that 6-part system. That 6-player system that he's got going on. That's what I wanted y'all to hear out of this press conference. The rest of this is just, from this point on, it's just repeated questions in different ways. To try to dig for gold and not get anything out of them. But that's extremely bold to tell people, okay, this is the system that we're running with. You know what I mean? That's extremely bold. Because now a couple of other GMs and coaches and stuff can start using that same system too. And it can work against us. So we got to be careful about how much of that, yeah. Based on that, I can explain the system to y'all. But I don't know how many of these scouts we're going to have watching these VODs. You know what I mean? I don't know how many of these like organization representatives come in here and watch these VODs, sub and then unsub. You know what I mean? Who knows, man? That's the dangerous part. That's why I've been reluctant to try to explain this system to everybody and how it's being used up to this point, because I don't know how many people might try to steal it. You know, you come up with something this revolutionary and this golden that's guaranteed to work. People are going to start hunting it like it's a pirate treasure. You know what I mean? And we don't want that. We don't want that in Carolina.
If we do that, we'll be totally good with that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hey, Scott, we talked about this last year, and you've mentioned a couple times figuring out what the teams in front of you were going to do. You had that video where you pretty much nailed the first 7 picks a year ago, and this feels like it's a more unpredictable top end of the draft maybe than last year, at least from the outside. I'm wondering what your comfort level is compared to last year as far as what you think the other teams are going to do.
Yeah.
Good question. Very good question. I like that one. See, you can tell which media people come in here prepared and which ones aren't. I like that one.
I think this is totally different this year. Even though we're picking at 6, it's hard to, say this person will be here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 like we did last year. Matt and I were laughing today. Hey, if we did that again, you'd have to do it 3 or 4 times to get it right.
Yeah, I had a feeling, man. I had a pretty strong feeling that I could figure out the top 5 last year too, and I was right about 3 of them. So, it's the Niners that threw everybody off. Nobody expected that garbage. Nobody expected the Lions to take Sewell from us either. Yeah, I don't even think Scott expected that one. But he was ready for it just in case it did happen. I salute him for it. That's preparation right there. Hats off to you, Scott. That's respect right there. This dude knew exactly what he was going to do if they took Sewell. And that's how you know you prepared correctly. You say Sewell off the board, you go, okay, automatically, what's our number 2 choice? Who's still there? If our second choice isn't there, we go for our third. That is the 6-player system in action right there. You saw it live in action during that first round last year. That's how it's supposed to work. That's how you know you prepared correctly and used the system correctly. I'm very impressed with Scott right now. I saw it. I recognized it. I recognized it immediately. And I said, okay. That's how it's supposed to be done. You look around the league at about half a dozen of these teams, such as the Jets, they start looking at a couple of these players and they go, well, best available, right? Best available. Best available is gone. What now? They didn't prepare for that. They didn't think past that point. But then you got general managers like Scott that say, I'm thinking past that point. I want an A, B, C, D option. If they take A, we go for B. If they take A and B, we go for C. That's how Scott thinks. That's exactly how this system is supposed to work. Well done, sir. That's exactly how I do mock drafts. That's exactly how I do Madden drafts. That's the system right there. It's that simple, guys. And I'm surprised that half a dozen of these teams haven't figured this out yet. It's that easy.
Because it's the first pick. Usually you know who the first pick is going to be.
Yeah.
Or have a very good idea.
Yeah.
It's totally up in the air. We don't know, how many tackles are going to go, how many quarterbacks will go, how many receivers, corners. It doesn't matter. It's totally up in the air. But the one thing we'll do is we'll be prepared, with our 1 through 10, 1 through 15 list, exactly how we take them off the board.
Mm-hmm.
And then if someone's not there, it doesn't fall our way, we'll look to see what our options are.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate it.
We go Alex Williams followed by Nick Carboni.
Alright, so he's pretty much got this figured out. And I would be very surprised if our options were not there, you know? He's usually that prepared. Alright, so let's continue.
Weighing the veteran quarterback market compared to the rookie quarterbacks that are available.
Well,
he's basically asking what's the market like on free agency versus the rookie quarterbacks. What's his opinion on it?
Obviously, you know, it's great to go with the young guy. I mean, you want to draft one, develop them, and have them be your own. You know, there's cost effectiveness that is involved with that. And you also, you know, why are some quarterbacks available that are out on the market? You have to ask yourself that. So, you know, obviously, every time you draft a quarterback, you know, ideally you want him through the draft.
He asked the question that everybody is afraid to ask. They don't get this far when they think about these free agent quarterbacks. They just say, sign this guy, sign this guy, sign this guy. You know what I'm saying? They don't think this far ahead. They don't ever stop to question, okay, why is this dude on the free agent list to begin with? You know? Why is this dude not gotten picked up? You know? What's the problem here? Surely there's got to be on this. These Facebook groups are just like, oh, sign this guy, sign this guy, sign this guy. They never ask that question. I always ask that question. That's the first thing that comes to my mind. Every time. If I see a player on that free agent list, I say, okay, is it contract? Is it something they did or did not do, more specifically, to land there? You know, how much money were they asking for in the last contract? You know, how did they perform last year? Those are always the first things you ask. Before you ask how much are they worth now. You always ask those questions before you ask how much you want to sign them for now. How valuable they are now. Because you can't flip-flop them. You can't flip-flop them, y'all. You're going to get in a lot of trouble if you flip-flop them. That's going to make you look real bad when you start trying to sign all these people and your cap room looks real slim. You get into cap Mendoza line and you can't go back. Look at Marty. Look at Marty, man. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. You got to think about this stuff. And this man's already way ahead of you. By about 5 steps in that thought process. So, he's 5 steps ahead of at least half these GMs right now when it comes to free agents. Because he asked those questions before he thinks about signing somebody. That's why some of these signings take a little longer. And it's worth it. Because once you sign them, you know. You've already gone through the process. You already know. Okay, accept these red flags along with what I'm getting. You know, it's like Cam Newton. We were discussing Cam Newton, right? You got to know what Cam Newton's red flags are before you sign this man to a contract. You got to know. You got to be willing to accept that. Otherwise, don't bother. Right? You know, how about Reddick? Hassan Reddick. we already knew this dude had some trouble with coverage issues, but we were willing to accept that because of what he brought us, right? The tackling, the awareness, the speed, all the positives. So we already addressed the weaknesses before we addressed the strengths. And that's the way you got to think when you start signing people in free agency. So I got absolute respect for Scott on that one. Well done, Scott. Keep up that mindset, man. You're doing great. You're doing fantastic, buddy.
However we get them, whatever it takes to get them in the door here, once we get them, we'll work with them and develop them. And
yes,
that's,
sir.
That's just kind of the process.
Yes, sir.
And if I can follow.
Yes, sir. That's the process.
Well, you mentioned that the draft is how you guys plan and envision building this team.
Mm-hmm.
With that being said, is there going to be both a priority to recoup day 2 capital going into this weekend, and then going forward, is there a priority to protect future draft capital so you guys aren't in the situation again where you're not picking for 2 complete rounds?
Good question. Excuse me. Good question. The second part of that question was a good question. The first part was just repeating what everybody else is asking, which is essentially, how likely are you to trade down? It's to ask that question, right? We don't know yet. Until we get to pick 6, we don't know yet. It's the same answer every time. He's just putting it in different terms, but it's the same answer. We're not making 80 trades until we see what 5 players are off the board already. That's exactly what he's saying. You could read it in his body language. You could figure it out. It's not hard. Now, that means no pre-draft trades. No nonsense going on. With future picks going on. It's just, this is it. It's that simple. And I wish he had answered that question a while back. I wish that question had been asked a long time ago. That way I could have tailored my mock drafts towards that right there and just completely avoided all these pre-draft trade mock drafts, you know what I mean? And just gone into it like that. That would have made things a lot more realistic towards Scott Fitter and what he's doing. So that being said, that's what we're going to do, from here on, as we prepare for the first round. Which is not that far away, folks. It is 2 a.m. where I am right now. That draft starts at 8 o'clock tomorrow, officially, or today, officially, depending on where you live. So we have a little bit of time to prepare for this stuff, man. But there is nothing more reassuring than knowing that you've already figured out how what their draft plan is before they've already done it. Their system. Nothing more reassuring than that right there. And put it into place. That's beautiful. That is absolutely beautiful. What's up, Kason? How you doing, man?
Yeah, so for the first one, we're not going to be so focused on recouping those picks because we look at C.J. Henderson as our 3rd round pick this year. So we don't want to make the mistake of just moving around and move around, like I was talking about earlier. So
we don't want to make the mistake of just moving around to move around. Look at that. Look at that, folks. Finally, a GM that understands the value of these picks, man. Finally. That's a beautiful thing.
So if there's a good player there, we'll pick him. And then as far as future draft capital, then absolutely, like you want to protect those picks. And
yes,
a lot
sir.
of the conversations I've had with other teams,
Yes, sir.
over the last week, is hey, do you want to give up something next year, in 2 or 3 to move up this year? And my answer has been no. We want to protect those picks.
Thank you, sir. Yes. 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 That's what I like to hear. That's a general manager that we could all show some love to right there. He understands the value of these picks. Finally. When we moved those picks for C.J. Henderson, when we moved that pick for Gilmore, he understood the value of these picks and what they're worth when he moved them. And he said, the value is worth what we're trying to get and what we need. Brilliant. Brilliant. Let's continue.
They're very valuable to us, and we're not going to just throw them out there. So,
yes, sir.
Even though you can recoup over time, that's not the plan. We're going to be disciplined with our approach.
Great answer. Thanks, Scott.
Yep. Even though you can recover. Yes, we can recover. It is highly possible to recover those picks. But, do you need to? Do you need to throw those picks out there? Do you need to find a way to recover from them? No. No. No, not at all.
Scott, of the offensive tackles that you guys have graded the highest and would consider with the 6th pick, do you view all of them as starting left tackles day one in the NFL, and how important would that be when you are considering them, taking them at 6 overall?
That's another one you're not going to get an answer on, I don't think. That's the same thing as asking, like, how many draftable quarterbacks are out there? How many draftable linebackers are out there? Come on, man, stop. David Newton already asked this question about the quarterbacks. This is just another repeat.
Yeah, when you take them at 6, that's obviously the talk that's out there is you want someone that's plug and play, but you don't want to put a benchmark on it necessarily. You want them to
benchmark. Boom. There's that phrase again, y'all. There's that phrase again. Benchmark. Remember that phrase.
If they're ready, we're going to put them in there. Whether they're ready day 1, whether they're ready, game 6, we'll put them in there when they're ready. We have.
Y'all hearing that? Y'all hearing that right there? That tells me Deontay Brown's not ready. He was not ready until that Buccaneers game. But he was being groomed up, man. He was being groomed up. Brady Christensen was put in when he was ready. That's the same thing we're going to do with these draft picks. We put them in when they're ready.
Brady Christensen out there. We have players that can play, so we're not going to force it. Once
Brady
they're
Christensen.
out there, we're going to give them the tools and that to be successful.
He straight up named Brady right there. He's straight up name dropped him. Look at that.
We go Mike Salate followed by David Newton.
Man, I'm loving this. I'm loving every part of this.
Look what my new outfit can do.
I'm loving every part of this, y'all. It's a beautiful feeling.
Scott. Good to see you again.
David
I wanted
Newton.
to ask you about the
All right, let's
visits
go.
that you guys had with some of the prospects as they came in, and did those visits maybe help solidify some guys and maybe rise in your board and maybe help and not force, but cause others to maybe fall?
Somebody already asked that question, bro. Somebody already asked that. I got a suggestion for the news reporters, man. That come into these press conferences they keep asking these same questions that everybody else asks. How about you do it the same way Scott's doing it with the draft board? If somebody asks this question, have two others ready to go that are completely different from the first one. Different topics. That's my suggestion to y'all. That way y'all can quit wasting this man's time with the same questions over and over and over again, like guy no less. Not even by Scott, but the scouting guy to his right. Come on, man. You gonna ask the same question in different wording to a different guy on that panel. And the head guy, no less. When the scouting department lead has already answered it. Man, come on. I got love for you guys, man, but still, what are you doing? What is this?
I think you always learn about guys when they come in. You get them on your turf, and you have time to spend with them. For the most part, yeah, it can affect it. I think all the guys we brought in were pretty solid this year. Talking to the coaches afterward, we liked them. Some guys, there are some questions when they leave, but we go back. We take the next couple of weeks to learn more about them. We'll contact their coaches and fill in any holes that we may have. But the group we have was a pretty solid group.
And then I have one for Dan, if you'll allow. Dan, you had.
Thanks for including me.
Sitting here for a while.
Sitting here waiting.
I thought like you might feel left out. You're, of the guys at the podium there, you're the most recent guy that's played, and obviously you worked with Scott in the past. So what is your perspective on the guys that are coming into the draft, and because you kind of view them with that former player eye, I would think to a certain degree.
Yeah, I think there's some talented players in this draft. I think there's a lot of depth throughout. I think some positions are a little heavier than others. I would say, like O-line, obviously, I think that's pretty strong position, which is, that's a need of ours. Quarterback, I think there's some quarterbacks there that we like. So we feel good about a lot of different positions and the depth that is in this draft to help us out.
But in terms of how you yourself are looking at these guys as you're helping build these reports for the guys on the board, I mean, do you kind of have a different look? Because you can, I think, with a better perspective, notice a guy's footwork or athleticism, or how would this guy get away?
Finally,
how would he
decent question.
As a former player?
Right. I mean, I think just a former player. I think a lot of these guys have played too, so they have a perspective as well. But I definitely think in terms of me looking at it, I can maybe see some things that some other guys can't. In terms of the competitor, what scheme they're in, are they doing the right thing in that scheme? If they're playing a certain coverage or a certain protection or little things like that. I definitely feel like I have a good eye for that, for sure. So I think it definitely helps out.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Right.
So Dan, so I don't leave you out here. You want to tell us who your favorite player is at number 6?
Nope, not getting me there. No, there's a lot of guys.
And Scott, you kept talking about you don't want to trade out if you got the right player there. How far do you think you could be willing to trade back? I mean, I know you said you've got a line at the around 19 or 20, but there's some teams that might be looking to move up ahead of you guys to get some players too. So how far do you really feel comfortable moving back?
Yeah, I think the comfort level would be really in the teens. However, this is a large group. This is a unique group that between that 25 and 50 range, there are a lot of good players, more like foundation type players. So you don't want to you want to be disciplined, not trading on those levels. But I think the teens, if I had to put a number on it, that would probably be the most comfortable spot. But you have to kind of just weigh what's on the table at the time.
Did y'all catch that? He's comfortable in the teens. And he said the best, there's a great group of players in between 20 and 25. That tells me you start looking at Travon Walker, you start looking at Devontae Wyatt, you start looking at Nakobe Dean. Sam Howell may be in that mix too. I'm telling y'all, man. I'm telling y'all. This man knows what he's doing.
Not sure if you can comment on this, but your name and the team's name and Baker Mayfield keeps coming up in there. Can you tell us if there's any interest there at all, or?
No, yeah, just because he's on another team right now, and then obviously league rules prohibit us from talking about other players.
All right, who are we talking about?
Type players. So you don't want to you want to be disciplined, not trading on those levels. But I think the teens, if I had to put a number on it, that would probably be the most comfortable spot. But you have to kind of just weigh what's on the table at the time.
Not sure if you can comment on this, but your name and the team's name and Baker Mayfield keeps coming up in there.
Baker Mayfield question. Here we go.
Can you tell us if there's any interest there at all, or?
No, yeah, just because he's on another team right now, and then obviously league rules prohibit us from talking about other players.
Interesting. All right, so here's the deal. He's not allowed to tell you about players from other teams and their interest in getting traded here. Yet there's times when you can talk about it, if you're going to make a move or something like that. That's what I'm trying to... I'm trying to figure out where the gray area starts here. You know what I mean? When it comes to this NFL rule. That's an interesting one for me. I've never heard of that being a thing until recently, where they can't talk about it. Apparently it is a thing. Like, they can't talk about them at all. Like, at all. That's strange. That's strange, but it makes sense. To a degree, it makes sense to me. It's just really weird.
I can understand that. I was just curious. But is there conversations going on with teams with veteran quarterbacks?
He's not going to tell you that. You're asking him things that he cannot tell you. That's the second time during the same press conference you've done the same thing, bro. You've asked stuff that he cannot tell you.
You're still having.
Yeah, we'll evaluate the whole landscape and see what's out there. And, there's several different players out there, and we'll talk directly to different teams. So we're not just sitting here looking solely at the draft. We're looking at every option.
Every option, y'all. Every option. That includes Baker. That includes Garoppolo. I'm sure y'all have seen the rumored trade suggestion about Garoppolo.
Thanks.
So, every option.
We have time for a few more, so we start with Joe Person, followed by Scholar, and then Jonathan Alexander.
Hey, Scott, we haven't talked to you or Matt in recent weeks. What's the team's stance and reaction on Damian Wilson?
Ooh, good question, Joe. Good question. I like this dude. He always comes in here Every time you listen to a question from him, he knows what he's talking about. And he asks direct questions too. Like, he doesn't beat around the bush. He'll get straight to the point. You know, I got respect for that right there. That's the media people I like dealing with right there. That's who I like hearing from.
Pending legal matter, so honestly, we can't talk about it. I did speak with him after the incident, but
yeah,
I can't really talk any further until it plays out.
Alright, so he can't tell you. Straight up answer. Expected. Really. He was just hoping to dig for a little info there. He came up empty, but that's alright. You know, good question though. Good question. I respect it.
And then you and Dan and Cole can chime in here if they'd like. You talked about being in a good space with Matt and being aligned. If you get to a point in the draft where y'all are sort of not aligned, who breaks that tie?
Whoa, good question. Good question. That's what I haven't heard yet. I like that one.
I mean, from my perspective, we've had a real collaborative view on everything, and you know, I feel like we're all aligned in our vision and kind of the direction that we're going. So I feel good in that sense that, you know, if we do get in that type of situation, that hey, we're all going to talk it through, and we're all going to make the best decision for the Carolina Panthers.
Honestly, we're going to put them in the back of the room, let them fight it out.
Yeah. Hey, one quick last one. We know and heard and read about your owner driving a lot of the Deshaun pursuit. How involved will Tepper be if, in fact, you guys are on a quarterback?
Wow. Another great question. He's on a roll today. Listen to this, guys.
You know, he's very involved with what we do. We include him in all of our conversations, but he's very respectful of the people that work here. You know, he respects Dan and Cole and Coach and Pat, and he'll listen to everybody. He'll listen to our coaches, and you know, I don't see him being the type to say, "Hey, listen, we're gonna do this. This is my decision." That's not him at all. You know, he's very supportive of us, and he understands the process, and we're gonna spend the next couple of days together.
Tepper is one of those, I'm gonna do this and you're gonna like it types. Wrong. You heard it from the horse's mouth himself. That is not who Tepper is. So I don't want to hear any more of that. Oh, well, Tepper's gonna do this, Tepper's gonna do that. Nonsense. Come on now. Stop. After this point, I don't want to hear it no more. Scott just said that's not what he... And every time I hear that or see that in any of these like Facebook groups and stuff like that, I'm going to point them straight to this presser. 24 minutes in. 24 minutes in, y'all. 24 minutes. Mark it. Anybody's got a problem with that? Clip it and send it to them. Because they don't seem to understand who Tepper really is. He's been a hands-off type of guy, really. He's just been listening. And that's exactly the vibe I got from him during that press conference, too, earlier. It was kind of a, I don't really want to be here type vibes from that press conference that Tepper was giving off. But, yeah, he said from the very beginning, I'm just going to let these guys take care of business. You know what I mean? I don't really, you know, but the fact that our mediocrity right now has gotten to this point, Tepper said, I've got to step in. We need Watson. You know, I'll be the driving force of it, but we need Watson.
But I can't ever see that being the situation.
Thank you.
Hey, Scott, kind of going back to trading back, you guys brought in 11 guys in last year's draft class. So when you get to number 6, had you not brought in a draft class of that size last year, would you feel like your view may change on that, try and get some of those picks back, where now you still have some of those guys, coming back this year? And also, what about...
He's basically asking, in hindsight, what would you have done differently last year? And the problem with this question is, it's not 2021 anymore. It's 2022. We're a day out from the 2022 draft, like right hours before the new one is coming up. Like, what is the point? Like a couple of days before. Like, what is even the point?
That second group, I know you talked about that ledge being around 18 or 20. How deep does that second batch of talent go? Do you think some...
Now that's a relevant question. How deep does that talent go?
Some of that could slip into the 4th round.
Yeah, first of all, that...
Does it slip into the 4th round? Good question. I'm going to say no.
The point you bring up is a really good point. I mean, the whole idea is we have some young guys we drafted last year. We're going to keep developing those guys. And the pure volume does help with our depth. And, obviously every year we want to add many more players. And we're going to try to do that this year. Whether we have to move around and do that and acquire picks, we'll do that. What was the second part of that question?
The Intel vPro platform lets...
He was asking, how deep does that talent pool go? And that's the relevant question right there. I don't know how much of an answer you're going to get from that one, but we'll see.
So you're on mute.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
The second batch of talent from beyond the first 20 guys, can some of that possibly leak into the 4th round? Is that batch of talent deeper this year than it was last year?
I wouldn't say it's necessarily deeper. I think there's more names. We evaluated more players. The way our board is set up, it's pretty balanced throughout. But I think, like I said earlier, I think that the meat of this draft is probably that 25 to 50 range, right?
25 to 50 range. All right. So essentially, you're looking at, for guys that you might reach on. Well, not necessarily reach on, but put into those safety zones that I'm talking about. And again, I forget exactly what he called it. The bottom line where it stops. You're looking at guys such as Travon Walker, Devontae Wyatt, Nakobe Dean, Nick Bonito, the edge rusher, Kenyon Green, Josh Pascal, Quay Walker, Brian from Oklahoma, the linebacker. Those plus Malik Willis and possibly Evan Neal. There's a 25% chance of Evan Neal dropping to us at 6. But still. And you're also looking at Akeem, the offensive tackle. So those are the guys you're looking at for that range. So just kind of breaking it down and giving you some names.
And that's a really good group. Then after that, it's like, what fits your team best? Who can you sit and develop? And we've identified as many of those players in that 4th, 5th round.
They've identified some of those players in the 4th and 5th round. Okay.
Thanks, Scott.
Hey, Scott and Dan too. Two quick questions. Have you all yet picked up the 5th-year option on Brian Burns' contract?
He already answered that in a previous press conference, bro. Yes. Answer's yes. He already answered that like a month ago.
Not officially. That is the plan.
But he will.
And,
he will.
We love Brian. We want him to be here long term. So we will pick up the 5th-year option, and then we have hopes of extending him beyond that.
Yeah.
And then outside of the first round with the 4th through 7th round picks, where do you all's needs? Where do you all feel like you all perhaps want to get? Which needs do you want to address?
I think it really depends on first round what we do there. If we address one position, then maybe we prioritize a different position in the later rounds. So it's really hard to predict who's going to be there too. We're really just going to try to find the best players, and hopefully there's a good one down there when we're picking, and we can nab one of them.
Thank you.
All right.
Yes.
Is basically the best player available answer to that question without saying best player available. But add to that statement best player available at the positions of your need. That's what they're not allowed to say. Because that's what'll get them in trouble, But they've probably been trained not to say that during press conferences and stuff like that. It's not a good thing to say. It's unprofessional. It's uncharacteristic of what everybody else is doing. This, that, and the third. But realistically, we know that it's best player available at the position of need that you have. That's how it is.
All right, we finished with this last two. Chris Jenkins, followed by Nick.
Hey, Chris Jenkins from Charlotte Vibe. There you go.
Hey, it's Chris Jenkins with Charlotte Vibe. Scott.
This dude is accredited. And he's got a YouTube channel, by the way. Go sub to him. I've even popped into his chat a few times and asked a couple of questions and got some answers. So he actually goes and talks to these coaches, man, and asks these questions. I really wish that I had found him back in 2015 if he was doing his channel back in 15, so I could get him to ask the coaching staff, what are they going to do about Remmers, around to week 3. I would have really loved to know the answer to that question, and the answer is probably nothing. But still, the question would have been asked, the awareness would have been raised, you know what I'm saying? Like, it would have been pointed out. So, it is what it is. I don't even know if he had a channel around that time or not, but still. Yeah, go sub to the man. He's a very intelligent guy, and he's a very approachable person as well. So if you want to ask him questions, please do. On his Twitter or on his social media platforms, please do. Because he'll be able to answer some stuff that maybe I won't be able to sometimes. Yeah, just showing some love.
You had spoke earlier about modernizing the scouting system. It sounded like that was mostly about adding more bodies and resources. I was wondering if you could speak a little bit more on that process, or how much more you could speak on that, the scouting change you got there.
There's a system that's in place here that's been kind of technology, and as far as our staff as well, was coming up with a new scouting system.
Coming up with a new scouting system. Here we go. This is the stuff y'all need to know about right here.
That was that's being built right now, and that'll take effect this spring, going into next season. And so that'll be a big part of our scouting process. There's a lot of bells and whistles that we've put onto this, and just
nice.
the ease of use that this can help. So that was
nice.
Kind of the modern
love to see it.
That I was talking about.
You'll love to see it.
This is adding more technology, I guess, that you guys are using in-house with the additional resources to manage those things.
Yeah, more ability to filter information. There's so much information out there now in this analytics world that we live in, and all the information world, that it just helps us sift through this quicker. And so that's part of our new system.
Solid question, Mr. Jenkins. Solid question. See, you could always count on him to ask the right questions from Charlotte Vibe. You could always count on him. He's always got a solid one. Every time. Respect to him.
Well, I'll ask this one to you. If you guys are able to trade back and get some of those Friday picks, second and third rounds, the guys that you're familiar with on your board in that range, what positions would really excite you about being able to go after in those rounds?
He's not going to give you that. He's not going to give you that. Bro, stop. Just stop. You're hunting for Easter eggs right now, and you're not going to find any. Easter's over and done with, bro. You're not going to find them. It's over and done with, bro. Man, don't come up in here asking for those types of questions. It's a waste of these guys' time. Look at this dude's face. He's just like, why are you asking that? Just the expression on this dude's face right now is just like, why are you wasting my time, bro? I love it. I love it.
Again, without getting into specifics, I mean, there's some really good players later on in the draft. Don't want to give away, what we're trying to do, but rest assured, in the second, third, fourth round later in the draft, I think there's some role players, some depth of guys that can really help us.
Yep, that look right there says it all. It's like, what answer were you expecting to get? I'm not giving away Easter eggs, bro. I'm not gonna do it. Man, you asking the wrong set of people. Oh, it's funny. It's funny how these people try to do this stuff every year around draft time. Like they expect anything else. They expect another answer from these guys, and they're not going to get it.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Dan, and thank you, Cole, for taking time out.
All right. Well, that's it. Y'all keep expecting there to be something more there, and it's just not. There's not, bro. I'm going to give this dude a thumbs up. Thank you for posting the whole thing. Sometimes they don't post the whole thing, so. Alright. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm not gonna spend too much more time tonight because I gotta get some rest and be ready for draft weekend. So, here's what we're gonna do. We're going to run through a couple of trades simulations as far as what could happen. Alright, so we're going to start with the Washington Commanders. Excuse me. Alright, so trade down from 6 to 11. There's a possibility you got a 47. But going any further than that, you're risking it. You're risking the biscuit. You could possibly ask for the 189. But I think asking for anything more than that is too risky. You know, 2 sevens for a 6 next year. That's what I would do right there. If I was going to trade with Washington, that would be the trade. 11, 47, and 189 for the number 6. Alright, here's the difference maker. You get the 11 and the 47, so that's a first round and a second round. But the 189 comes a little too late for all the pieces that I'm looking at. And let me tell y'all what I mean. So with the 189, you looking at as far as players go, on my board, you're looking at Tyreek Smith, Justin Schaefer, you know, those two would be the ones that I would be looking at. Because they're right around that safety range. So, yes, you would be able to get Christian Harris with 47. Who is slated to be number 96 on the PFF board, but he's going to go a lot higher than that. He'll probably go 70s range. Probably 60s, 70s range. So 47, you are safe to take him. You know, without reaching. That's my opinion on that. Other people might disagree, but that's how I take it. You know, there's a very thin line between the safety range and reaching when you have conversations like that with people regarding how I do my trade system. It's tricky, man. It's tricky. Alright. So again, I am still going to move those 2 sevens for a 6 next year, regardless of what team we trade for. So 12, 46, 77 is out of the picture. 156 is a possibility with the Vikings. 184, I doubt you're going to get the 184, but it's worth a shot. So that's what you're looking at. Anything above 85%, that has a very real chance of happening. You know, I would say 90%, closer to 90%, is what you would actually get on draft day. So say like 12, 46, and 156 would be what you would get on an actual real draft board. The 184 looks good on paper, though. It does. Again, you would be able to get Christian Harris at 46. You have Sawyer down there at tackle position at 66. You got Yeah, Sawyer's going to be off the board. Most likely after that point. But that 46 gives you is a shot at Brian, the linebacker from Oklahoma, Sawyer at 66. Maybe Mathis down there at 94 if that's more your style. You know. But you got to grab these guys before they're gone. And I was mistaken about the Washington number 47. Same thing, essentially. You're looking at Sawyer, you're looking at Mathis, you're looking at Christian Harris. Those are your solid three, you know, in that second round. So again, that's Washington, Minnesota, same thing. You're getting that second round right around that time. You're safe to pick Christian Harris in both of those. Now, who is number 13? 13's the Texans. Interesting that the Texans aren't interested in moving with us. Okay, there it is. Alright. So 6 moved down to 13. You will get the 37. 68's off the board. 80's off the board. That's what you're getting with the Texans. You may get lucky and land that 170. If you, if you fight for that 170, you could get it. The problem is that's not enough. So, I was wrong about that Texans trade. I say we don't do that one anymore. I'm taking the Texans off the board. Considering what's there. How about Baltimore? Move down there, get the 45. 76 is not available. 100 is available. The 100 or the 110 is available. You asked for the 119, maybe. The 119 is negotiable. But that's as far as you get. You probably get 2 of those picks, and then that'll be it. Realistically, on a real draft board, you'd only get 2 of those picks. So you move on down to the Eagles. Again, you've seen the Eagles. You see what I do with them. 15, 81. 15, 51, 83. 101 decreases your chances of getting a trade. So ask for the 124. Those are your 4 picks right there that you get. Any lower than that, you're really testing your waters. You know? The thing is, we could really use that 154. Consider what's on the board around that time. The 154 or the 162. Either one. I'll take the 166 even. But, one of those 3, that's really negotiable. You need to put a player into this trade. In order to make it happen, I would suggest Robbie. And what Robbie does is he stabilizes this. And he makes it worth 2 4th rounders, you know. or a 4th and a 5th. Boom, boom, right there. He may even be worth that 166. Who knows? But look at the value you're getting. You probably get 2 of those picks for Robbie. So that's realistic right there. Look at that. 4, 5. You're probably getting 5 picks total. You're probably getting 5 on draft day. That's realistic right there. I see it. You could ask for a 4th next year instead of that 162 and get it. Just make sure you ask for that 154 when you put Robbie in there. But it's got to be a 4th and a 5th next year. And look at this. You ask for a 6th, 2024. Look at this. Boom. You're set. You're set, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you, the Eagles are the best trade partner out of all of these people. Been saying it. Saints aren't going to trade with us. Not after they just made a move with the Eagles. Chargers. Alright, let's see what we have here. 79. Still puts us in a decent... that's just 123, 160. I'd see these 3 picks being moved for a number 6. But no further than the 123. You're risking it. Wow. Their entire board for the number 6. Yeah, see, that's... No. That ain't gonna happen. 123 is where it stops. 100%. With the Chargers. And then you ask for the number 6 for the 2 7s. No. Steelers. Here we go. 20, 52, 84. Those are your 3 picks. Again, gives you a shot at Christian Harris. That's right above that 70s range at 52. You're okay to go after him. You could also go after Mathis should you so desire to do so. But no lower than Christian Harris on my target board. Otherwise, you're in trouble. You're not guaranteed to get these guys. 84, you may have a shot at going past it, actually. 84. Does put Marquise Hayes on the list. It also does put Brandon Smith on the list, should you wish to go after Brandon Smith, but I say no. I say stay away from Brandon Smith. I'm not a fan of Brandon Smith right now. I've done a little research on this dude. Done a little film study. Not one of my favorite linebackers on the board, sorry. All due respect to everybody that wants him. But, yeah. Nicholas, the tackle, then becomes available at 120. You know, all of these are still there, you know, at 84. you could safely pick any one of those players at 84 without a problem. Waiting until 138 though, you're in trouble. Waiting until 137, you're in trouble. You're not getting any of them. And again, this is yet Scott Fitterer wants to stay in the teens. This is what you're looking at. Let's try the Saints. Saints probably won't want to trade with us after they just move with the Eagles, but we'll try it, right? 16, 49, 98 is probably what you're getting, right? That's the most realistic trade you're going to get if you move down with the Saints. Again, same scenario. Same set of guys are still going to be there. But if you want Christian Harris, you better pick him at 49. Because if you wait till 98, he ain't going to be there. Simply put, neither will Mathis. Both of them will be gone. True, man. This is really risky, man. That's why I'm telling y'all, Philadelphia is the best trade partner that we're ever going to get. If you want to move down to 18, we could do that. Get the 51, get the 83, maybe a 124. Maybe a 124. But again, you want Robbie Anderson in this trade. Otherwise, it ain't going to work. I would ask for the 154 and set myself up with a fourth in the next year's draft. 2 7s for a sixth. That's exactly what I would do if I was GM. There's no way Philadelphia resists that trade right there because they still got 5 picks left on the board, for this year. Including that 15 that they're planning on using a corner on. And in most of my mock drafts, they go for Andrew Booth Jr. from Clemson. So, I just don't see it. With that number 6, the Eagles would take probably an edge rusher that early. And there's a reason for it. Because if you consider who's already going to be off the board, Jaguars are taking an edge rusher. One of these next 4 will probably take a second edge rusher. Either the Texans or the Giants. One of the two. Now, if the Giants take an edge rusher, Evan Neal falls to us. Okay? Evan Neal falls to us. So, if you are dead set on Evan Neal, before you have to make a trade down, and you think that Joshua, the North Carolina guard, is going to be there past 137, then I would say green light to go ahead and take Evan Neal in the first round. If you really, really believe that Joshua is going to be there in the 4th, which I don't, then green light for Evan Neal. I just don't see it, bro. I don't see it. I think you're asking for too much. Plain and simple, I think you're asking for too much. Alright, so let's do... Okay. And Sam Darnold is worth a fourth before anyone asks. Alright, so... I don't want to trade with Washington. Let's do the Steelers in this one. We'll ask for that 138. Nah. These three. Alright, well. Okay. Obviously, we're going to go ahead and start the draft. Whatever falls, falls to us. You know what I'm saying? Alright. Who is still here? 15, 20. Alright, see? Here's the two that I was talking about. Eagles and Steelers right here. What did I tell you? What did I say? Alright, so suppose you want the Steelers, right? There you go. 100% doable. You're talking multiple picks here. All right. So let's reset the board. Let's again continue. Start the draft. And now we have a shot at Evan Neal. There's the 25% inaction right there. Alright, say we take Evan Neal. I'll run one with Charles Cross as well. But look at this, Malik Willis at number 30 on the PFF board. But for this particular one, we're going for Evan Neal. Alright, so we don't pick again until 4th round, right? I'm going to show y'all how many of these guys are off the board. There we go. Look how many people are off the board. Holy cow. Alright, I want y'all to see this. There's Akeem. Now, this is what happens if we take Evan Neal. Or Charles Cross. Because it's Vietnam, I know you said you wanted Charles Cross. Look how many of these people are off the board. As I said before, the Eagles are looking for Andrew Booth Jr. at number 15. There's Malik Willis at number 16. I told you he's not making it past 20. Nakobe Dean goes to the Steelers. Kenyon Green goes to the Titans. Trevor Penning, who everybody's been high on, goes to the Chiefs. Kenny Pickett goes to the Texans. Most likely, you know, if the Texans don't pick up Kenny Pickett, then the Seahawks will. You know, that leaves Sam Howell on the board at that point. There goes Matt Corral to the Falcons. Everybody still thinks that the Falcons would take Kenny Pickett. Should he still be there? You know what I mean? The Bills pick up Mechie the third. There's Mathis at 76 being picked up by the Ravens. Sawyer gets picked up by the Texans. So we move on down. Ryan gets picked up by the 49ers. There's Carson Strong, who I like, quarterback from Nevada, getting picked up by the Rams. Excellent choice, by the way. Ed Ingram, 106, getting picked up by the Jags. Brandon Smith goes to the Saints. Justin Ross goes to the Eagles. They're looking for a wide receiver. Marquise Hayes goes to the Raiders. Justin Schaefer goes to the 49ers. Thayer Munford goes to the Buccaneers. Tyreek Smith goes to the Chiefs. And thus we're at 137. This is what is left on the board. Now, Joshua Azidu, still there. I'm not seeing. Christian Harris is gone, probably. It's gotta be. Yeah, he's gotta be. You got Bailey Zappi. There. I want to know where Christian Harris ended up. My question. I don't remember saying his name. Oh, there he is. Bears. Bears picked him up at 71. See, that's exactly where I expected him to drop to. Someone will reach on this dude from 92 to 70s range. The Bears will be one of the first ones to look at him. That's why if we have a 50s range pick, it's not reaching. If you want Christian Harris, it's not. You're not reaching. That's safety zone. Same with Mathis. Alright, so here's the deal. In this mock, we're going to assume that Cam Newton resigns, right? At second string. So my pick here is obviously going to be Joshua. I can't risk this dude falling any further, or we don't get him. You know what I mean? He's just too critical. He's too critical of a pick. And I'm just looking for anything that would keep me from doing this. Nope. The only one that would tempt me away from him would be Damon Clark, and no. We're going Joshua. 100%. And the fact that Bailey Zappi is still there at 144 should tell you everything you need to know. That's not a winner, that's a project. All these teams have figured it out. All of them. Next one I'm interested in is because we have 4 picks left. Because of the fact we have 4 picks left, I would trade down here at 144. And we have the Steelers interested. Okay. We get the 208 and 225. That to me, I don't know. I don't know that that's worth it. What's there at 208, 225? What's there? What's on the board? That's a very good question. What is still here? Because if we're getting Alec Langstrom here, Garrett would be next. No guarantee you get Garrett. So you probably miss out on a defensive tackle, right? There's Brad Hawkins, the safety from Michigan. You got Darian Kendrick. We don't need a corner. But if we get a shot at Mario, I'm going to take it, though. That's the thing. We need a linebacker, which means to me... At this point, we just need a linebacker. Doesn't matter where. You know, or what level. As of right now, I like this Wisconsin one. Jack Sanborn. He has my attention. I also like Jake Ferguson if you want to improve in the tight end area in Movie and Thomas. But we got to trade Ian Thomas, you know, we're not going to cut him. So I feel like he would be off the list. If you're looking for a safety, Brad Hawkins. I like Cade Mays at tackle as well. And Dare Rosenthal at tackle. There's Mario, 244. He'll be Mr. Irrelevant, but he'll be there, you know. That's a heck of an irrelevant player, I'll tell you that much. So for my money, you know, I like Jacoby McQuain for the linebacker. So I'm willing to wait a little bit. I'll take him at 242. Mario, I'll take it 199. We already got our tackle. Let's see. Brad Hawkins, safety, will be my 149. And it'll be between Haskell Garrett and Alec Wainstrom for the last pick at 144 here. We could trade down once, but I don't want to trade down past 200. I would say the 180s range is what I want. How about Detroit? Yeah, they have a 181. There it is. Okay. 181 to 217. Yeah, I'm down with it. We have 2 7s for a 6 too. I'm here for it. That sounds like a good trade to me. Can we get better than a 181 though? Texans. Texans are looking for... Okay, Texans, yeah. For a 170? And a 205, yes. Yeah. $170 sounds like a really good deal right now. Okay. That seems like a good trade to me. You know, with the Texans trading down. So we'll go ahead and do that. Done? Zoom the draft. Who got moved? Okay, cool. Let's see. One, two. Three. If you're interested in that linebacker from Wisconsin, that's 4, you know. If not, because I'm not, let's see. Mario's 4. And Jacoby's last. Alright. And going this far down is dangerous. So, yeah. Alright. How about instead of Alec Lindstrom, because we're going to use Pat Eflin there anyway as a backup. Nah, we should just go for him. Okay, so 190. What is it? 198. Alright, so we want 170. One eighty is range, right? 172. No, not the proper trade partner. Who's still there at quarterback? Nope, 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 pass. At this point, is it wise to move down? I think it could be beneficial, but you have to choose wisely. 198. How about the Vikings? Okay, 184 to 6th. Move 2 sevens, you get another 6. Yeah. Realistically, that sets us up for both 23 and 24. Hmm. Two sevens upgraded to 2 sixes. I don't know. Eagles, let's talk. Okay. 184, 191. $149 for a 184 and a 191. And they get a 7th out of me? Okay. Well, they did have the best option. This is worth around 7 to me. How about instead of around 7, I give you guys we're trying with Vikings. How about Mike Horton? Nah, not Mike Horton. We're gonna have Frank. We're not gonna do anything with Frank. That gives me an extra 6th. My last player. Vikings aren't the best trade partner. Got it. $187. How about the Broncos? No. $220 and $172. Yeah. $172, $220 for sure. Yeah. Okay. We ought to offer that trade. Move on down. I'm targeting some very, very specific players. let's go ahead and grab. Mr. Alec Lindstrom. Get that Haskell Garrett pick going there. Mario's gone. Okay. Who is still on the board? The safety? Safety. Alright. This late in the draft, Jacoby would be my next pick, I think. Followed by the two linebackers. But let's just see what else is still here. Still not tempting enough. There Rosenthal, not tempting enough. No. Jacoby. So let's see who we're picking up here. This late, it's got to be round 2. Let's go to page 2. Okay, pick up the North Carolina linebacker. And Bill Inspector. There you go. There's our draft. We miss out on an edge rusher. But we get a lot of what we want. You know? They're rating Joshua a C. They're rating Haskell Garrett a D+, which I disagree with. Same thing with Brad and Jacoby. I disagree with that. B-. Okay. But there you go. That's what that looks like. Shout out to all the new members: Zach Tompkins, David Fields, Ellen Arthur, Walter Watts, Chris Sturdivant, Jason McNeil, Jared Ryan Strine, Marquise Law, Herschel Jackson, Chantel Sutton. Welcome on in. For the people that joined recently: Carl, Emerson L, obviously Dave, Ray, Walter, Joshua, Andy, Rick, and of course my guy David Kesha. Shout out to all y'all. Welcome on in. David Fields is the new one this week. Zach Tompkins as well. Thank you so much. Appreciate y'all, man. Shout out to you. I think that's what would happen if we got a tackle in the first with the first pick at number 6. It would be very, very challenging to try to make things happen. But yes, I do believe that there is a shot here. The draft officially starts at 7:30, folks. So make sure you get your snacks and drinks ready to go, because we're starting to stream at 7. I'll answer any Q&As that you guys have for that first 30 minutes to prepare for the first round, and then we'll go from there. Alright, I think that should pretty much do it. I'm going to go ahead and post this one. Shout out to Winhow. Shout out to Kathy. Thank you for the likes on the stream. Okay. We'll do a quick mock where we trade down with the Steelers, I guess. Sure. This is the most realistic thing that could happen. Washington wants to trade down with me. Okay, Washington trade down for 1% chance. That knocks us out of a chance for anything good. Eagles, again, targeting that 15th. Going for 51, 83. Yeah, see the Eagles. Eagles are the team to trade with. Really, they are. I still say Steelers would be the number 2 choice. Steelers, boom. At that point, Steelers are not interested. Now, what made the Steelers change their mind? Good question, right? What made the Steelers change their mind? And the answer to that question is Kayvon, the edge rusher from Oregon. That's the 3rd edge rusher gone within pick 5. That means they want to sit back there and they want to take Sam Howell. Eagles are the best choice. Alright, guys. Well, that is what we're looking at. Philadelphia is the choice. We'll get the most out of them no matter what happens. It is late. I need some sleep. Thank you guys so much. It has been an absolute pleasure to do the stream for you guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow for the draft. Appreciate it, ladies and gentlemen. As always, keep pounding. Look for that video. Remember, it's 11 a.m. on Saturday morning. 11 a.m. Shout out to Michael Tillman. Appreciate you. Shout out to Greg. Alright. Let's get out of here. As always, keep pounding. See you guys tomorrow. A shout out to Vietnam. I'm saying it could happen. I'm trying to be positive. I just agree that we need a tackle first. Might as well grab one and use Brady at guard or find one undrafted free agency. Brady needs to stay at left tackle, folks. Brady needs to stay at left tackle. We don't need a tackle first. We need a guard. Alright, guys. Shout out. And keep pounding.